Chair, I can confirm you're live on YouTube.
Thank you. Well, anyway, members, officers and members of the public, I'd like to welcome you here today to the planning meeting. Could I please ask that we have phones on silent, please, everybody? And then obviously I'd like to ask Democratic Services to conduct a roll call to check councillors who are present at the meeting, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bone. Councillor Bauer. Present. Councillor Bubb.
Present.
Councillor Crofts.
Present.
Councillor Holmes.
Present.
Councillor Hudson. Present. Councillor Lawton.
Present.
Councillor Manning.
Present.
Councillor Knockholds.
Present.
Councillor Parish.
Present.
We have apologies from Councillor Patel. Councillor Rust.
Present.
Councillor Spikings.
Present.
Councillor Squire. Here. Councillor Story. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Dwally.
Present.
Councillor Whitby.
Present.
And Councillor Rose, who is substituting for Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much for stepping in. Thank you. Members, this meeting's being recorded and streamed live by YouTube, and it will still be recording during breaks. Because of the acoustics in the town hall, please only turn your microphone on when it is your turn to speak directly to it and then turn off. Members, please note that if you leave an item when it's being discussed, you will not be allowed back to carry on and then vote. So now I'm going to go to the main agenda, which is item 1, which is apologies. Kathy.
Yep, but apologies from Councillor Patel and Councillor Rose, who is substituting.
Thank you. Item 2, the minutes. Can I confirm a correct record of the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of October 2022 and the reconvened meeting held on the 6th of October 2022? Are we in agreement? Thank you. I'll sign in a second. Item 3, declarations of interest, please, members. Any? No. Right, then under 4, urgent business, under Standing Order 7, I do have one. I'll take you to Stuart. It's regarding page 88.
Thank you, Chairman. It's
Oh,
me.
sorry,
Thank you.
Hannah.
Yeah,
Beg your
this
pardon.
is with regard to the Am Hall Hotel. You'll note from late correspondence that we are recommending the application be deferred as there's some inconsistency and doubt with regard to the certificates served on the site as are set out within late representations. And further, because of the doubt with regard to certificates, actually we question whether it's a validly made application in accordance with section 327A of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990. And what that means is if there's doubt, etc., or incorrect certificates have been served, you can't entertain the application. So we're recommending that that's deferred from this committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, members. Having heard what the officers recommended, I'd like to recommend that we defer this. Do I have a seconder? Oh, right. That's deferred. Thank you. That was good. Quick. So anyway, we now go on to members attending under Standing Order 34. Kathy, please.
Thank you. Councillor, we've got Councillor Kemp on item 8, Councillor Dwally on item 8, Councillor Dark and Councillor Blunt all on item 8, Councillor Sampson on 8.2b, Councillor Sandal for 8.2c. We're going to read out her letter. She's not well. Councillor Kirk on 8.2g and Councillor Moriarty on 8.2h. Oh, and Councillor Sampson, sorry.
I will actually say that the numbering in here should go 9 stroke something on the next lot.
Yeah,
That's all right.
fine.
It was picked up later, but we've noted it. Thank you. Right, Kathy, got everybody?
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Chairman's correspondence, any I've read and given to the relevant officers. Do I have your agreement to receive the late correspondence on applications, please, members? Right, now the next one we go on to is 8, which is Medworth and the incinerator. And I also have Nikki Vonsetter, who's legal, who will be here should we have any technical questions or anything we need advice and clarification. So who's that then, please? Lorna. Thank you. And I do have late correspondence, a correction and speakers on this, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application proposes an energy from waste combined heat and power facility generating electricity and steam with associated.
Sorry, I've already said it. Sorry, you've got to speak louder.
Okay,
Shout.
so I'll start again.
Start again.
This application proposes an energy from waste combined heat and power facility generating electricity and steam with associated grid connections on land at Algors Way in Wisbech. This application is a nationally significant infrastructure project which is being considered by the Planning Inspectorate and will ultimately be determined by the Secretary of State. The applicant is seeking a development consent order which is equivalent to a planning permission. The council has been invited to provide a response to the relevant representation stage, which needs to be submitted to the Planning Inspectorate by the 15th of November. The relevant representations will help inform the topics and questions at the examination stage. This plan shows the location of the facility. I'll just get my highlighter. So the facility itself is located here on land at Algors Way Industrial Estate in Wisbech, and this is within Fenland District Council. It will be designed to allow the export of steam and electricity to surrounding businesses via pipes and cables, and this will utilise the disused railway line between March and Wisbech. The grid connections would use underground cables which would run from the facility underneath Newbridge Road along here, and then would link up to the A47, and it would head north along the verge of the A47 to the Woolsoken substation, which is off Broad End Road. So this is Broad End Road here. So the following plan. So this plan helps highlight which parts of the proposal which would fall within our borough. So the pinky purple area here is what would be within the Borough Council of Kings Lynn and West Norfolk. This illustrates it would be the underground cable going along the A47, part of that would be within our borough, and then also the linkage to the substation at Woolsoken. The majority of it would lie within Fenland District Council. For us, we need to comment on the impact upon our council itself. We are one of 4 host authorities, so Cambridgeshire County Council and Fenland District Council will also be submitting responses, and that's on behalf of their area. Norfolk County Council and ourselves are responding in relation to the impacts on our area as well, separately. So this here shows 6 steps of the application process. So at the moment, we've gone through the pre-application stage and the application has been accepted by the Planning Inspectorate. Now we're at the start of the pre-examination stage. So at this point, any interested parties, so that's members of the public, councillors, anyone can submit comments directly to the Planning Inspectorate. And also this allows you to register so you're kept informed in the process. Like I said before, you have to do this before the 15th of November because that's the deadline for this. It's important you highlight comments then if you want to. The council are doing a technical response, which you'll see in Appendix 3, and the process of today is to, get authorization to submit this with the relevant amendments in late reps to the Planning Inspectorate, and that would be by the 15th of November. So after the relevant representation stage, inspectors will then hold a preliminary meeting, and this sets the timetable for examination. Then afterwards, there'll be the examination decision stage. So this is the role of the local authorities. So we've gone through pre-application acceptance. We're at the relevant representations, but we've got other parts that will come after this. So we've, like I explained, we'll have the preliminary meeting. There's also going to be, the council also need to later down the line prepare a statement of common ground and a local impact report. It's proposed this be done jointly with the other host authorities, Norfolk County Council, Cambridgeshire County Council and Fenland District Council, because it will help pool resources, and it's generally it's encouraged to work together on these kind of applications. And then after that will be the examination and post decision. I'll just highlight, so Appendix 3, as I mentioned, is the draft response from the council to the relevant representations. It should be noted in late reps, there is a few amendments. One was to the recommendation, and that's to highlight, because some of the comments were supplied by Norfolk County Council, like in respect to transport and the local lead flood authority, but it's proposed to omit these because Norfolk County Council will be submitting them themselves. There's also addition to the air quality as a bit of an update, and that's because one of the technical meetings took place after the application had been written up for committee. So therefore it's proposed that we endorse the relevant representations in Appendix 3 with the amendments mentioned in late reps, and this be submitted to the Planning Inspectorate by the 15th of November. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now take the speakers, please. The first one I'm going to have is Councillor Kemp, then Diwali, Blunt, Dark, and then Sherry Gregor, please. That's the order I'm taking them in. So could I please have Councillor Kemp, and you have 5 minutes to speak, please. You can go there or the middle. It won't make any difference. It might be easier to come in the middle and quicker. Come there, please. Yeah, let's have it quick. Thank you. That's better.
Thank you. Incinerators emit a number of harmful substances, for example, PCBs and PAHs. PCBs are polychlorinated biophenol. They are highly toxic industrial compounds. Exposure to small amounts can cause developmental and neurological problems in children. PCBs can also build up in sediment in coastal areas and rivers and build up in the fatty tissue of fish. They are then transmitted through the food chain. PAHs, polycyclic aromatic carbons, are a class of widespread environmental carcinogens. There is no legal limit to the emissions that can come out of incinerators from PCBs and PAHs. However much modelling or monitoring there is, this incinerator could emit PCBs and PAHs to its heart's content. It does not identify any risks in the air dispersion modelling below 2.5 PMs. This means that gases are not going to be captured in this. The dispersion modelling system is inherently uncertain. It doesn't account for the issue whether the weather is static and whether there's going to be fast winds and strong winds, which we have over the Wash. The direction of the wind from the incinerator would be southwest, prevailing over West Norfolk. We also know that there has been no health damage costs included in the papers which Medworth have put forward. We also know that there's no routine testing for the diesel backup generator system, which can emit harmful diesel. We know that there is no consideration of the fact that the area which would be downwind of the incinerator is amongst the 30% most vulnerable and most deprived population areas in the whole country. And I have this map from the County Council to prove it. We as a council have to safeguard our area. We know that there is no need for this incinerator because there's an oversupply of incinerators in the east of England. It's a fundamentally old, outdated technology, and we shouldn't be setting ourselves up for 40 years of this. Once it's there, it would be very difficult to get it stopped if anything went wrong. And we know from past history that modern incinerators that are supposed to be unharmful to human health do have breaches. We also know that as an area, we have a deprived population. They look to us to safeguard them. And for this reason, we should be sending a very strong message to the Planning Inspectorate as relevant representees that we are against this incinerator. We have voted against it in council, at the Borough Council and at the County Council. And we should continue to tell the government this is not acceptable and must not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have Councillor Diwali, please, next?
Okay, thank you, Chair. There is significant public interest in this proposal. It's over an extended area, and I would suggest that pressing the necessity of the examination process to be held in public in its entirety. I think PM 2.5s have been mentioned quite well. They are seldom properly monitored because the monitoring is expensive, and monitoring is done by mass rather than particle numbers, which are a far more informative indicator of the harm that they are causing. They build up in the body over the lifetime of the plant. It is a single point source, so those who live around it will be at greatest exposure. However, they are so light and small that they travel significant distances. There is no need for waste incineration. We already have overcapacity in this country for waste incinerators. And if you remember, the Norfolk County Council sent waste over to the Low Countries to be burnt because the Low Countries have better recycling than we do and didn't know how to deal with their incineration overcapacity. I don't want us to be in a position of burning other people's waste in the future. This will harm recycling. We're struggling as a country to meet our recycling targets, and the more incinerators there are, the harder it will be for us to reach them. CO2 capture. This is an unproven technology. It's expensive and inefficient. It's somewhat like the promise of fusion power. And imagine if we do actually get carbon capture working, we will be burying the ash and the carbon dioxide from incineration, which is supposed to avoid landfill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blunt now, please.
Good morning, fellow councillors and officers. I'm sure you all know that I am the ward representative for the majority of the wards that are actually affected directly by this particular application, namely Walpole, West Walton, Walpole Highway and Woolsoken. I want to share you my thoughts why Medworth brought this application this morning. Firstly, why is the site in Wisbech? If I was considering energy for a waste site, I'd consider firstly, is there sufficient waste to feed the plant located close to the proposed site? Secondly, is there sufficient demand for the use of energy that's being generated? On the first point, by the need to transport several lorry loads of waste to the site every day, there is clearly not enough waste generated locally for the need to have the site in Wisbech. Therefore, look for sites where sufficient waste is generated to feed the demand now and in the future. On the second point, is there enough demand locally for the energy generated, either steam or power? This area has limited demand for the steam and to be used in local factories, and the power generated will feed the national grid and be used anywhere where needs arise. Therefore, there is no real reason why the plant needs to be built here. Build it where the demand for steam is high. Next, has alternative sites been considered by the applicant? Based on the lack of need for the site in Wisbech, has the applicant considered where there is a local need for incinerated waste? Has the applicant considered a site where there is demand for steam generated by the plant in high usage areas, both now and in the future? Thirdly, I'd like you to consider the impact the people of the surrounding area, including Wisbech and West Walton. The fact that the A47 will be used to bring the waste into the site and is currently heavily congested, has seemed to have been ignored. When travelling north, the traffic on the stretch of the A47, from the Tesco roundabout to the Elm House roundabout is regularly at a complete standstill. This is the main southern entrance into Norfolk from the Midlands. It is the route for the business traffic, the visitors supporting the economy of Norfolk. Has any consideration been given to that within 1 mile, there are several schools, namely the Thomas Clarkson Academy, the Meadowgate Academy, the Elm Roads Primary School, the Ramus Road Junior School, Wisbech Grammar School, the Peckover School, the Orchard Church of England School. This is where the majority of the children of Wisbech are educated. All these schools are north of the proposed site in the direction of the prevailing wind from the proposed site. I could go on and on about this, but I'm going to stop now. Finally, I'd just like to say, I think we should be looking at methods of encouraging solutions that reduce the production of waste and encourage the use of renewables, and therefore reduce the need for the plant to be built at all. Thank you all.
Thank you. Could we now have Councillor Dark, please?
Good morning, Chair, officers and fellow councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you this morning. And my role here is to add my say, but also to magnify some of the comments made by councillors that have come before me. I think there is a sad irony that we are considering this as a committee today, the first full day of COP27, when world leaders are looking at supporting the planet and the environmental situation that's going on further afield. As you've heard from officers, the Secretary of State is ultimately the decision maker on this, and we are not the determining body. However, officers will put in the technical response to this, but your role as a committee is to add your input and to add value to this on behalf of the residents that we all serve. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of context around this situation, and some of you will recall this, but I think it's important for people listening in. We as a council have already put a motion forward that was supported by all councillors bar one in the chamber, saying our in principle opposition to this proposed incinerator. And Norfolk County Council have taken a similar motion, and other councils in the surrounding area, be they town councils, parish councils, or county councils, are doing exactly the same. There is significant community concern regarding this application, and the concerns are the parish councils. And you will recall that there was concern regarding the narrowness of the earlier consultation and your committee's previous comments on the insufficiency of this, and some felt that actually it was too narrow for their view to be heard. And we have done our bit since, as a council, through officers, to widely promote how others can have their say and input into the process around this. So in context, I just want to magnify a couple of things that have been said. Why? It is my honest opinion that this is not needed and too large. Now, that isn't my default position. I'm not against business and I'm not against development. However, this particular site, NCC and ourselves and others have sufficiency currently in our disposal chain. We have contracts around where we send our goods to be dealt with. We also have ambitious targets around how we're going to reduce waste as our commitment to the planet and improve our recycling. So actually the demand for something like this should actually be going down rather than increasing. So if we have contracts that are actually sufficient and we are reducing The question has to be as to whether this is needed. The next question on that, if it's not needed to support our waste or Norfolk County Council's or other councils' waste, whose waste is it going to burn? And where does that waste come from to burn in our area in the long term? Because if this is a commercial enterprise, it will need that to fuel it. Why this location? It's nearby, you've heard, it's nearby to villages and this town. And there seems to be, in my opinion, insufficiency of the data, reparticulates, and where the wind will take those, potentially affecting many of our residents. And then you've heard from Councillor Bump before me, and I just want to echo this, the impact on the A47 and A17 in terms of traffic. We've all seen during the A47 campaigns, we've all seen all of the demand for improvements around the A17 and the A47 already. Have we had sufficient information around the increased traffic that will need to actually go to this site at this location to bring the waste that is required to it? So for those reasons, I think I just wanted to address you today, just to put that wider context, because officers have to do the technical response in the process, as we know, but your role as a committee is to add value to that, and hopefully you'll be able to do that today. And I wish you luck in your deliberations, and thank you for allowing me to address you.
Thank you. Anything to add, Lorna, please?
In terms of, I know the A47 in particular was mentioned, National Highways will be commenting separately, and then also Norfolk County Council will also be responding. I know there was mentions about health as well. Norfolk County Council will be commenting with respect to that, but also UK Health and Safety Agency, they're the leads in this, so they will be commenting on health as well. I think they were the main things. So there's some areas, and I know there was mention about the schools as well, and that's something Cambridgeshire County Council picked up, especially the ones in close proximity to theirs. In their comments, they've mentioned about impact on schools. So I mean, there is Cambridgeshire County Council have also, in terms of need as well, that's something that Cambridgeshire County Council will have commented on because it's within their area, so they need to kind of respond on that. I mean, Norfolk County Council can potentially respond on behalf of Norfolk on that because that's kind of their area waste, for instance. I think they were the main points. Thank you.
Just to add to that, obviously this is a very kind of technical stage where we look at what's been submitted by the applicant. As Lorna said, issues around needs, self-sufficiency, proximity principle, they are all relevant issues that will be discussed at the examination. And just to, I think someone else raised about the examination, it will be held in public. There is a process to go through. You have to register your interest if you want to take part in that. And I'd encourage anyone who wants to go along to do that. And we are encouraging people to do that. But yeah, it will certainly be in public. In terms of air quality and the like, again, a couple of the speakers raised those issues. We have got our air quality officers on the call if to answer any queries on that. They are with us. So again, this is a very technical part of the process, and it helps to inform the inspectors when they set the topics for discussion at the examination. And I think it's important to note, we've put it in late, that we will be working closely with Cambridgeshire, Benland, Norfolk, and between us, we've got the various expertises across the council, and they're taking part on the joint local impact reports with those authorities to make sure that obviously the key messages get looked at in detail really at the examination.
Right, well, before I open it up for debate, there is a couple of questions of clarification I'm going to take. But members, if we could have it if somebody speaks on one, that we don't then rehash saying the same again. So it's each person who raises a new issue, please, to help speed it through. One of the things I have noted on here is we talk about the construction, traffic, everything being opened up. allegedly in 2027. And my great concerns are the movements that are going to be on the Elm High Road. It is absolute hell there now. Never mind, we're putting loads more in. We don't seem to have anything, or unless I haven't read it, about bottom ash, the byproduct. Is there a place at Peterborough that takes bottom ash, and how many loads would we be taking of that as well? Because that has to go out towards Cromwell Road and up along there. And also another question for clarification, please, is we talk about an emergency backup generator, which has been modelled to use on an emergency use of 2 hours a month. What happens if there's a disaster comes along and we just have this generator that's supposedly on no, not this time.
No.
Yeah, so can I have some clarification on those points, please, and then we're taking members?
I mean, in terms of the bottom ash, I don't know off the top of my head in all the documents. I mean,
I understand that will be recycled, but again, Dave Robson, David Alford are on the call. They may be able to.
But it's all
to help
part
on
of the
that
cumulative impact of this particular thing.
Dave, are you able to answer that question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not very well, Dave. You might have to speak up.
Okay, I'll shout. So the incinerator bottom ash.
Can't hear you.
Dave, you can't hear you. Really can't hear you. Have you got a headset or something you could?
Sounds like you're in a golf.
It's very echoey.
Yeah. No? Oh, he's getting headphones, right?
Shall I just quickly, in terms you mentioned about major accidents, I'm sorry, about if there was an emergency, Norfolk County Council are going to be, they're the lead for Norfolk on this, and will be commenting separately on major accidents and disasters side of things. So they will comment on that.
Okay. Can he answer those others?
Can you hear me now?
That's
Yes.
much better.
Okay, so incinerated bottom ash will not be processed on site. There's no, the site's not big enough like the Willows application to actually process site. So the bottom ash will be transported off site to another site. We don't know where that will be at the moment, but it will be likely in the locality. The other thing that will be transported off site is in sealed units will be the residue from the air handling plants that will collect the particles and other types of chemicals that go through. That will be taken off site and disposed off in landfill because it's classified as hazardous waste. The other question about the backup generator and disasters. So this will really be covered through the environmental permit. The backup generator has been modelled. It will be run a couple of times a month to test it. The backup generator is there if the site loses electrical power and they have to do an emergency shutdown. This again will be covered by the environmental permit. They're allowed up to 4 hours to shut the site down and operate under those conditions around 60 hours a year. So that will be covered by the environmental permit. Thank you.
Is there a bottom ash recycling plant at Peterborough? Because I think I've heard that there's a new one gone in there. So is this where this is heading?
We don't know at the moment.
No. Right. Councillor Rust.
Thank you. It's quite clear in this document that our role is to provide local technical knowledge. And so while it has been said that other local authorities will be providing information, ours is to provide pertinent information about the people it is going to affect in our area. And Councillor Kemp started off by saying that many of the people that live downwind of this are the 30% most disadvantaged in the country. So while Norfolk County Council and Health might be putting forward reports or information about the health in general, it's really important that we make the case for the health of the residents in our area. And it is going to be significant. We've just heard from one of our officers saying that hazardous waste and bottom ash is going to be transported out of the site. Well, we know that anything that has to be moved out in that very process of putting it into an area where it's got to be moved out that from and then transporting it presents more danger. It has been pointed out, the following chapters provide the key concerns and comments identified by technical officers. So this is technical, and it's down to us to make the case that the health, air quality, and then subsequent highways issues are all going to impact on the health of our residents. So the fact that they're transporting things is going to add to the highway congestion, all the building associated with that, all the carbon and pollution that comes with traffic, and it's going to significantly impact on the health of our residents. So I think it's incumbent on us to make the strongest possible case that the health of our residents must not go uncared for, and we must make representations to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, because on page 23, it talks about cumulative impacts. To ensure emissions are assessed as worst case, there can be instances where the impacts are combined. Routine testing of the diesel backup generator appeared to be missing from the modelling and underestimating the combined NO2 impact result. We also found errors when combining emissions, for example, PM10 and PM2.5 annual means as traffic contributors were higher than PC. Combined results should be checked. Carry on, please. I've got next, wait a minute, who have I got next? Councillor Parish, then Squire.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened to the speakers with interest, and I really appreciated Councillor Blunt's input, because it was very logical and gave measured reasons for disapproving of this. Well, it's not an application, but this thing. However, people get very emotive about the health hazards that this plant may generate, quite rightly. But what I say, and I've said before at council, is that if you're going to get emotive about health hazards from this proposed plant, you should also get emotive about the health hazards from burning West Norfolk waste in Suffolk or elsewhere. If I had a load of rubbish to dispose of from my house and I employed somebody who I knew would fly tip it elsewhere, I would be guilty of an offence. Well, what the borough is doing is corporate fly tipping. They're saying, don't burn this in our backyard, but we don't mind you burning it somewhere else. And of course, if all these health concerns are correct, and I don't deny that they are, we should be aware of the health concerns in Suffolk or elsewhere where we burn our rubbish.
Councillor, could we direct your comments to this application, please, and the comments? We're consultees on this application. I'm sorry, but I need to have it focused on this.
Yeah, well, I'm focused on it, and I'm
No.
not disagreeing with what the comments being made, but people just ignore the fact that we burn stuff elsewhere. COP was mentioned by one of the speakers. First day of COP today. And what's going to be on that agenda? And that's reparation for people elsewhere caused by problems caused by this country and others. Well, if I was a Suffolk resident next to the incinerator, I would be asking for reparation from West Norfolk. I'll stop now because you don't like what I'm saying. But
No, it isn't what I don't like. I just think we're dealing with this issue, and you've had your say other places as well. So
Oh.
have Councillor Squire then. If you're
Okay.
finished. Thank you.
Thank you. That's interesting, Councillor Parish, as I also have mixed feelings in that it's okay for us. Every single person in this room has their waste burnt somewhere else. So we send lorry loads of waste somewhere else. However, if we're sticking to just this application and not the fact that it's not in our backyard somewhere else, it's not just the A47 that is affected, it is the A1101. I come to Elm Hall roundabout several times a day.
Snap.
I'm probably the councillor that lives closest-ish to this application. It's 5 miles for me to Elm Hall roundabout. And sometimes it can take me 5 minutes and sometimes it will take me half an hour. Depending on the traffic on the A47 is going to depend. And that traffic on the A1101 will back up past the Emlith turning, right up to the fruit farm and halfway to the roundabout at Outwell. It is horrific. The traffic on the A47, we need to comment on this and not just leave it to highways, because highways don't always know what happens day in, day out. It's worse in summer particularly on a Friday when we have holiday makers, that the A47 will be at a standstill from the Tesco roundabout all the way up to Elm Hall, and you won't go anywhere. You could sit there for 45 minutes and not go anywhere. I think also if they're going to be digging up the verge, how's that going to affect the traffic? Because they're going to have to close the road, cone it off, reduce it. But the whole road system around there would not cope with lorries of waste coming in and lorries of ash coming out. We can't have that much more traffic. The whole road system needs to be redesigned along there anyway. And I wouldn't want to see that. Thank you.
Yeah. Carry on. Anyone, Councillor Holmes, please, thank you.
I've got a question about this process rather than, our collective thoughts on whether we should have a generator, this plant or not. Do we need to complete this process for us to actually have access rights to the inspection? And if we don't complete this process, if we as a council, a committee decide to object to this Annex 3, what will be the consequences?
I mean, we're encouraged because we're a host authority. It's really in our best interest to get involved. I mean, the problem is if we don't submit irrelevant representations, then there could be problems if we want to comment, at examination time and in the hearings, because you kind of need to participate through the process. I think really we've got then some involvement to make comment on it throughout the process as it carries on. So I think it is really important. I mean, every other host authority I know is going to be submitting irrelevant representations. And I think it's also, as we've reiterated before, it's really important if everyone comments themselves. We're doing a technical response on behalf of the council, but everyone can individually comment and register through the Planning Inspectorate website. And it's really important at this point in the process, but I think it could cause problems if the council itself does not submit a response here.
Right. Councillor Holmes, did you wish to say anything else? Right, anyone else wishing to speak then?
I'll just add to that. It seems to me we have to agree this process, even if we don't like it. And I think one of the problems
Stuart
we
will come
have
back
is
to you
that
on
a
that.
lot of other authorities have the part of the process that we would like to have ourselves. But this process is designed to stop duplication. The only thing I think we can do is put in a covering letter saying that there are a number of these issues which we've talked about today, list them and say why we feel we should have our opinions reflected, mainly because it affects all our communities, and add that. That's the only solution I can think of, because we're not going to be able in the time left to put in more stuff and then come back to us for it to be agreed. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much going to suggest something similar. It may be that obviously there's lots of you've got individual and local knowledge of the area. I mean, we can, as an extra appendix, attach members' individual comments to our, if you like, official relevant representation, so that the inspectors are aware of those issues. I mean, they will be raised at examination, but I don't think there's any harm in members if they submit your individual comments to, let's say, but I would suggest by the 11th would be helpful, because we've got to get them in by next Tuesday, so we need to put them together to get them in. I think that would be a sensible way forward to make sure that obviously the inspectors are aware of all your individual concerns.
Right, Councillor Squire, and then Bones.
Sorry, I was just going to ask if we can send in individual comments from those of us that know the area well. Who do we actually send those to? Do we send them into the council or direct to the inspectors?
Do we send the comments direct to the council or? Sorry?
My suggestion is that we can collate them for you. We can attach them as an extra appendix to make it clear that they are individual councillor comments, for information for the inspectorate. Just again, if you do want to attend and speak individually at the examination, you would need to register, and again we can send around those details for you as well.
Yeah, Councillor Bone.
Looking on our historic opposition to the proposed incinerator that we had here planned for Kingsland and West Norfolk, how difficult and the need for our individual voices to be added to carry weight for this, how difficult would it be to organise a referendum in the same way that we did last time, which had more people vote for against the incinerator in Kings Lynn, to have the same effect for this proposal in Wisbech?
That's not for us as a planning committee to come forward with. That's on another basis. We're here to deal with the recommendation today that we've got, not an issue of whether we take a referendum. Sorry. So members, I've got a recommendation here. It's to note that the technical sorry, Martin, I might have known.
Sorry, Madam Chairman.
Oh, you got a new point, Martin?
Yeah, well, I have, well, at a certain extent, obviously the most important thing we're debating here this morning is anybody's health, which goes without saying, and Councillor Rust has put that case very well, with the greatest respect, Chairman. I would just like to agree with the recommendations, what's in the report.
In the late correspondence you want to look at?
Yeah, I think that's very technical and very well put. I think we have avenues, we know avenues where we can have our own individual say as regards this application. But I must just say, Madam Chairman, I'm going to say exactly the same things which happened in the last energy from waste incinerate we had before us. I do honestly believe, Madam Chairman, I'm sure the people of Kingston and West Norfolk and all these other council represent this, including, as you well know, Madam Chairman, Wisbeach Town Council, Fenland District Council and Cambridge County Council, Norfolk County. I think that's the wrong project in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I'm sure by now, people who make these decisions, the Secretary of State and so forth, will hopefully remind themselves of what happened last time. We do not want this in our back door, in our back garden. I'm sure nobody else does as well. So I'm fully supportive of this council's point of view and what we made originally, Madam Chairman, may I say. Thank you for that.
Right, the recommendation reads as thus. 9.1. Officers consider the comments in Appendix 3 should be submitted to PINS as part of the relevant representations consultation. It is recommended to A, to note that the views expressed about compliance with these statutory duties will not prejudice the council's objection in principle to the application or any further views. And B, to endorse the technical relevant representations in Appendix 3 for submission to PINS, with the exception of Norfolk County Council's comments, as these will be submitted separately by Norfolk County Council, and with the addition of the air quality comments in this late correspondence, plus add individual councillor comments as Appendix 4 to be submitted to officers by the end of the 11th of November. Are we in agreement, members? Agreed? Right. Therefore, that's been discussed and taken forward. Thank you, members. Now, the next one we're going to have is go to the main book, please. And that is page 8. That's right, or whatever. Page 10, Sedgeford, Snettisham. And this time I've got Cherie Regor to speak. And note it's actually should read agenda item 9. There's late correspondence and it's for the construction and operation of a solar farm. Full application. The recommendation here is approved. Thank you. Is that you, Tash? Yeah, Tash. Natasha Osler will take it. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, just bear with me a moment. Desk shuffling going on. Yeah, so you may recall that this was deferred from last month's meeting as there was an issue with curlews on the site that came up very much last minute. That issue is now resolved and it's fully covered in the report. We are now. Okay, so this application is for full planning permission for a 21 megawatt solar farm and battery storage capacity of 10 megawatt hours. The site comprises approximately 44.6 hectares of grade 3B agricultural land north of Fring Road. It falls within the parishes of Sedgeford and Snettisham.
So the two northernmost fields are in the parish of Sedgeford and the southernmost is in the parish of Snettisham. The site lies approximately 1.2 kilometres to the west of Fring, south of Sedgeford, approximately 1.65 kilometres, and to the east of, south of Snettisham and to the east of Sedgeford. The current land use is mainly crop cultivation, although there is a field managed for free-range pigs. And a separate parcel of land, which is this blue land here, this is proposed to be a field managed for farmland birds under the application. So access to the site will be from Fring Road, and it will be adjacent to an existing reservoir. The reservoir falls outside of the site boundary. So this is the reservoir, and this is the proposed site access. The site isn't in any nationally or internationally designated landscape areas. It's probably quite hard to see, but what this plan shows, the dotted circles are 1 kilometre intervals. This large area here is the North Norfolk Coast, AONB. These brown areas are conservation areas. This small area here is an existing solar farm, and these lighter blue, kind of orangey hatched areas are scheduled monuments. The dots are listed buildings, so that's just showing you kind of the context of designated areas in proximity to the site. So this development is EIA development. So it was screened and scoped some time ago. And the result of that was that the environmental statement should be limited to landscape, visual and traffic impacts. And they're all fully covered in the environmental statement. And the other issues are covered in separate documents, such as ecology, glint and glare, etc. So the application, like I say, it's for a 21 megawatt farm, which comprises 31,800 solar panels, which are these bluish strips you can see. So the solar panels themselves would be no more than 3 meters in height. Generally, a maximum point would be 2.6. They're dark in hue, tilted at 10 to 25 degrees, and would be 2 to 6 meters apart. This just shows kind of sections across. So it shows a section there and a section there, and it's just really showing you the height of the solar panels in relation to the proposed fencing and existing and proposed landscaping. So the application also comprises 7 transformers, inverters, a customer cabin, a DNO building, a converter, battery storage containers, and surrounding the site we would have this 2 metre high deer security fence, and there would be 13 mammal gates throughout this fencing. CCTV cameras are proposed dotted throughout the site. They'll be on a pole of 2.5 metres. So this just shows the CCTV poles in context of the boundary fencing. This area shows the construction compound. So construction works are suggested to be about approximately 6 months. And this compound comprises security booths, fuel stations, site offers, generators, toilets, parking, etc. Now I'm just showing you this slide again because this shows those structures we've just discussed in context. So down here is the main compound where you've got the DNO, the customer cabins, the battery storage. This area here is where the construction compound will be. These brown areas are the tracks throughout the site. And what you'll also see from this plan is the dotted line around here, or the thin blue line. That's the security fencing. And what you can see is that there is quite a separation between that fencing and the red line site boundary. And in relation to that, if we look at this plan, you can see that there's substantial planting. The trees are generally existing. We've got a small area here where the trees are to be increased. Hedgerow is generally existing, but there will be an increase in hedge planting where necessary. But what this shows is that there is quite an area between the site boundary and the fencing where planting, established planting and more planting is in place. So these are just the photographs. This is Fring Road. As you can see, it is a very narrow road. The site entrance is just here. Again, I'm at the site entrance, but this is a Google view. So obviously it's higher up than a normal view would be. And now back to my view, heading northeast along Fring Road. Still heading northeast, and now we're looking back. So the site is all of this area here. This shows the existing reservoir, as does this one, and this also shows where there is an existing field access, but obviously that needs to be significantly improved, this proposal, and that is the proposal. Again, looking east, site's on the left on this photo, and here the site is on the right. There's not really much to see. They are fields surrounded by hedgerows and a narrow country lanes that lead to them. This is the southeast corner of the site. Part of the environmental statement was the visual impact was one of the key issues, and the application was submitted with the landscape and visual impact assessment. Now what this shows, if you can just see these little blue areas, these are all the different viewpoints that were taken and considered in the landscape and visual impact assessment. And you can see they radiate out. I think the furthest one is this one, which is about 3.5 kilometres. So what I'm going to show you now is not all of these. I'm going to show you 3, one from approximately 1.5 kilometres, one from 1 kilometre, and one on the edge of the site. And there's 3 slides per viewpoint: the existing, the 1-year slide, and then the 15-year slide. So this is existing. It shows the scale of the proposal. This now shows with the solar panels in place. And as you can see, it's very difficult to actually see them. That's year 1. Year 15, you'll be able to see now that the slight change, and that is where the hedgerow planting is becoming more established. This is pretty much what you see on all of the plans. So there's this one, existing, year 1. This is meadow seed and grass planting here. And obviously you can see the panels, but over time, the hedgerows will grow, obscuring the view. Likewise, existing, 1 year and 15 years. This is a construction route, so I've put that on there in case anybody wants to talk about that. But the application's with you. It's been called in before committee, but it would also have had to come because of the operational area. And it is with us with a recommendation of approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please have Cherie Gregor, please, to speak? Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Yes, great. My name is Cherie Gregoire. I'm the Business and Project Development Lead for the applicant Regenerate Power, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. As the country's experienced an energy crisis and world leaders gather in Egypt, domestic sources of clean energy are more important than ever. We've submitted a robust application for a 21 megawatt solar farm on grade 3B land, which has the support of statutory consultees and the planning officer. If built, it would supply the equivalent electricity needs of 3,500 homes. Our application was originally intended to be considered last month. However, there was a report that curlews were found on site. As curlews are a species of conservation concern, the chair rightfully deferred a decision until they could be properly assessed by our ecologists. That work has been done, and I want to address that concern first. As the site is relatively small, enclosed by trees and hedgerow and drier than their typical habitat. Yes. Okay. Thank you. As the site is relatively small, enclosed by trees and hedgerow and drier than their typical habitat, the ecologists found that the site would not present optimal habitat for breeding or overwintering curlew. While curlews will forage on intensively managed arable fields, the enclosed nature of the field parcels make the site less suitable for curlew due to an increased risk of predation. Conversely, the site is within 6 kilometers of more attractive breeding and overwintering habitat for curlew. Should the development be approved and constructed, our proposed planting measures and the cessation of the application of pesticides will encourage a range of invertebrates, potentially increasing the foraging opportunities at the site in the future for use by curlew and other birds. Upon consultation with RSPB, they noted no objections. Regarding site selection, we carefully consider several factors, such as the ability to connect the site to the distribution network, cumulative impact of other solar farm development, visual impact, flood risk, agricultural land classification, heritage assets, and public rights of way before approaching landowners of suitable sites. Regarding the benefits from the proposed development, as noted in the officer's report, the enhancements and addition of wildflower and grass mix planting in a small area field to be managed for farmland birds will contribute positively to the character and biodiversity of the area into the long term. The biodiversity net gain calculation concludes that the improvements would result in a 200% improvement, well above the required 10%. And while the solar farm is reversible and will be decommissioned after 40 years, the proposed new planting could remain, and therefore the beneficial effects could continue long into the future. The site may also incorporate battery energy storage, which, if implemented, would be used to store surplus energy for use in the early evening when demand for energy peaks. With regard to the application's compliance with planning policy, as demonstrated in our application, the key policies of the council surrounding sustainable development are adhered to, namely Core Strategy 1, covering general principles for the priorities and location of development in the borough, Core Strategy 6, covering development in rural areas, and Core Strategy 8, which supports projects that include low and zero carbon technologies. I note there were no objections from any of the statutory consultees. However, the Kings Lynn Drainage Board, Natural England, Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service, and the Borough Council's Community Safety and Neighborhood Nuisance Officer did suggest conditions be applied. Therefore, any concerns regarding drainage, health and safety, or disturbances during the build process and operation will be fully addressed. CPRE Norfolk did raise concerns mainly centered on the use of farmland for development and the potential for harm to be done to the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. They cite Core Strategy 6 regarding development outside of built-up areas. However, the site allocations and development management plan allows for exceptions, including for renewable energy generation where the benefit outweighs the harm, which is demonstrated in the application. CPRE and others have raised the concern that development would result in the loss.
I'm sorry, the lady has just said it, you've had your time. Thank you very much. Anything to add, please, officers?
No, nothing to add.
Right. I'd just like to ask a question, please. It says here that this solar farm will generate enough heat for 3,500 homes a year. How much will this field feed people in a comparison? Because to me, it's either meat or heat. Because you have pigs out in a field, self-fertilizing these fields to really bring them up to a good state of farming. And with careful husbandry of the pigs, they are really well looked after and carefully nurtured, and obviously have to tick every box and what have you with regard to use of antibiotics because they're going into the human food chain. I'd just like to know, please, as an example.
I can't answer that question, I'm
No.
sorry.
Just thought I'd ask. Right, anyway, careful. We'll start round the room. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd actually like to respond to what you said.
Yeah.
Because I can't quite understand, on a lot of these farms, they actually do have sheep running under the panels. So I don't see why they can't be designed to do both. I mean, if they have wildflowers seeded, it could be wildflower, and that could help bees and insects, and that could help pollination. And then if it's grazed by sheep, you've got sheep in the food chain. I'd just like to add that, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Joe, did you have something, Councillor Russ, to say? No, Councillor Diwali?
Thank you, Chair. First off, I'd like to thank Norfolk Fire and Rescue Service for their very thorough information on thermal runaway, which I tried to point out at the previous solar panel development that came before us. And I'm pleased to see that that has been reflected in the conditions very effectively. So thank you for that. What does concern me is condition 12. I note that the Norfolk Coast Partnership noted that there was no lighting on the site other than during construction. Now, condition 12 seems to be a rather standard rubric, and I'm not sure I understand what operational development of the development means. Does that mean the construction phase? And it also says the scheme shall be implemented in accordance with approved scheme and thereafter maintained and retained as agreed. I'm not sure that's entirely clear that there will be no lighting on the site during the operational phase. And I just wanted clarification on that, please. And do you want me also to question condition 18 as well? In the event that this does go ahead, it says that it will be, it's been noted that the land has been undeveloped for the duration of our record, so it is very much greenfield land, and that the site is intended to be decommissioned in 40 years. And it says it shall be restored to its condition prior to the implementation of planning commission. Fantastic. And then we get or in line with the scheme, the details of which shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority no later than 3 months following cessation of the power production. Now, my concern is that they may claim this is brownfield, and they will want to do something like saying, okay, we've got some lovely brownfield site, let's turn it into greenfield retirement village or something. So I would prefer the or taken out to make sure that this is returned to greenfield once the site is decommissioned.
I'll get clarification on that. Can I do that as you keep going? Otherwise.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just going to get clarification on that last comment, what you've made.
Okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
Tash, can we have clarification, please, on whether that's a condition that can be fair, reasonable, and all the other bits for putting a condition or removing?
I didn't hear the last few comments. I'm really
Do you
sorry.
Just say it again, please, that last comment.
yeah,
About the removal of, it is to do with cessation in condition 18. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, there were concerns that the, where we say or in line with the scheme to be submitted. So your concerns would be that it'd be classed as brownfield, and are they going to want to put houses up?
Yes,
every
it's the or that concerns me. It should
Yeah,
be returned to it should be returned to greenfield rather than an or, which gives the option of something else being built through a planning commission.
I hear what you're saying. It maybe isn't as precise as it could be, but I think the intention is if it was returned to as it is, it would be agricultural in the two larger fields, and it would be the rearing of pigs in this field here. So I think what that allows is not necessarily those types of agricultural uses on the land, but it can be made more precise.
Do you wish to have it more precise? Because 40 years later, a lot of us won't be here.
Agriculture, well, from my perspective, agricultural usage won't require planning permission. There, ergo, the or isn't required.
So you want the or out?
Everything after the or removed would make
Yeah.
me feel a lot more comfortable.
Right. Yeah, and then remove. So members, we've heard that as a proposal. Are we happy to take that as a, right, thank you.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Do you want me to comment on the lighting?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so basically the operational, associated with the operational development. So that is the ongoing operation of the site. So when the site becomes operational, so at this moment in time, we have no details of any lighting proposed once it is operational. So that condition is in there, and they don't have to do anything unless they intend to put lighting in during the operation of that site. So if they do want to put it in, they have to give us details first. So in terms of construction, we are aware that lighting is proposed for that period. We know what those details are. It's been considered, and that's considered acceptable for construction, but not afterwards. Nothing's proposed afterwards. If they want to put something in, they need to show us the details.
Okay. Are you happy with that?
Thank you. So that there is potential for the site to have lighting during the operational
Yes.
phase next to an AONB.
It's certainly, it's not proposed, then they're not suggesting it. I suppose it's a bit of a fail safe, although to be fair, if they wanted to put external lighting in, they would have to apply anyway.
Okay,
Thank you. That satisfies me.
councillor Parish, then Squire.
Thank you, Chair. Page 10 confirms that he's currently farming land, crops and free-range pigs. The quality is 3B, which officers say may be permissible. However, governments announced recently that this would not be permitted, and this has not yet had a U-turn. Rishi Sunak is on record as not being in favour of developing farmland in this way. The obvious concern is obviously about loss of the farmland and food security, as food security is needed as urgently as energy security. Page 12 states it would meet annual electricity demand for 3,500 houses in the Borough Council. Well, this is rubbish, really. Solar farms produce most of their output, obviously, when it's sunny and also in the summer. And in summer, the UK is a net exporter of electricity. Electricity from this solar farm will be sold to the highest bidder in the market, which will likely be France, as it was this year. There is a criticism that sites haven't been identified in the local plan. However, the best site for panels is on the roofs of consumers. This benefits members of the public and local businesses and takes away no land. You should also note that refusals for solar farms is at the highest rate in 5 years. There were 23 refused between 2021 and 2022, and it's jumped significantly in the last few months. South West and Eastern England have got the highest number of refusals, so it's becoming common practice to refuse solar farms because of the loss of land, loss of food production. And I think this committee should take that on board. There are other comments that could be made about carbon neutrality and pollution, because although you might think a solar farm is a very benign thing sitting in the countryside, producing no pollution at all, actually the manufacture of the solar panels causes a considerable amount of pollution, normally in another country. Mention was made about Medworth, about the disposal of toxic waste after the event. Well, solar panels are toxic and have to be disposed of safely and securely, not in normal landfill. So no energy production is pollution-free. No energy production causes no problems at all. This type of energy production, which is not really suitable for this location, this country, causes loss of farmland and food production.
Are
So,
you making a recommendation for refusal?
well, I would recommend refusal, yes, but obviously other people may wish to
I've got
debate
to get
this.
a seconder, but your planning reasons, I take it then, councillor Parish, are loss of land and food production.
Yes.
Is that right? Is that, yep?
I just did to come back on that.
Oh, I've got a seconder, Bob Lawton.
Government policy hasn't changed. That was the last government that made that announcement. They also made announcements on wind, which have been reneged. So there's been no policy change, and we set that out in late correspondence. So it is 3B land, and that situation hasn't changed. And the reality is the policy does allow, our local plan policy does allow for that. So we'd have to go to an appeal.
If I may comment-
Unable to defend our own policy. I think.
If I may just comment, our planning policies does allow you to refuse on the grounds of loss of agricultural land if it's a large amount, but this is a relatively large amount.
I'm just pointing out the difficulty of going to appeal when our policy allows for it. I mean, the issue here for me is a balance against its landscape impact against the clear support in national and local policy for renewable energy. And then you've got to balance those issues out here, and you'll make your own judgment on that. Obviously, we set out in the report why we think it is in this instant. We think it's an instant shot, so we think it's okay.
Right, councillor Lawton, you said you would second that. Is that correct? Thank you. I'm going to carry on the debate. I've got councillor Squire next, then Croft. I am going round the room. I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I am struggling with this a little bit. It's very difficult to say on one hand that I'm against energy from waste, and then to turn around and say that I'm also against the solar farm. I actually agree that it's very difficult to say that we're going to have clean energy and that will be carbon neutral if that means that we're going to have to import more food and fly it in. I don't think that probably negates that effect. I'm struggling with that. But what I see from the pictures is I don't see an awful lot of biodiversity in those pictures currently. So I'm quite impressed by the level of increase in biodiversity for this application, particularly with the hedging. It is very good, although the area they've set aside for birds is very, very tiny in comparison. It's almost like, oh, we'll shove that in and make it look good. It's not really a big commitment to an area for birds. But what I have noticed, and I don't know the area well, but what I can see clearly from the pictures is that's a really very narrow access road there. And you're going to be having big construction traffic down there. Now, I see that there is condition 8 is for a construction traffic management plan. Will that include repairing the road and the verges that will get damaged by big traffic? We've had this before in other areas where everyone's promised the earth and they're going to repair the damaged roads and they're going to repair the verges and it never actually happens. So that's a really narrow road and it will get damaged. So I want to know that that's going to be put back and repaired and isn't just going to be a horrible road full of potholes with a massively trashed verge at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments there? No? Yes? I got you, Councillor Croft, next.
I mean, in principle, yes. I just in my mind going over that might be quite difficult to prove. You've got tractors and all sorts of things using it, but I think again, Tash might expand on this, but in principle, you could put something in there into the construction environment management plan.
Right, Councillor Croft.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Some things I was going to mention, that 3 or 4 speakers now have been mentioned already. But I'd just like to say that I have some sympathy with the parish council's point of view. They would much prefer to see these things put on buildings and sheds and what have you, which are far better way of raising electricity, producing electricity. This particular field, I'm going to say I'm in favour because it is grade 3B. Where I live, the people of Fringham said will forgive me, but that's a completely different world where I live. It's grade A, and I would be arguing against using land of that standard for this reason. But although we have trouble now with people feeding horses, I think, but nonetheless, a different matter altogether. So I'm in favour of this. I was pleased to see that the bird people were consulted. They're not statutory consultees, but it's a good thing that their opinions were sought. But I'm in favour. The fact that it's grade C3, that it's grade C land, is the reason why I will be voting in favour of the recommendation. If it was a grade A, and in my area, I would be arguing completely differently. But this time, I'm in favour of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knockholes.
Thank you. This is a really beautiful area, and I have walked the Peddars Way quite often, so I know the area fairly well. So I was really happy to read condition 13, where the hedgerows and trees will be replanted and the existing ones kept. And I feel it's so important to have renewable energy, especially for our future. Does anyone know when this land was used for agricultural land, how many years ago it was? And I'm not quite sure what 3B actually states. There was a statement in here, but I can't find it again this morning. So could you just explain to me the state of 3B agricultural land, please?
I don't actually have the different agricultural.
It's 3B land, not C, Chris.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can find it. Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's mainly used for crop cultivation, and the southwestern field contains free-range pigs, which is big business around our area. Right. Martin.
Chairman, just to say that obviously these type of applications relate round.
I am coming round.
To obviously land use, and when such a large parcel of land is being taken out of production, one obviously lifts the heads up and see why it has been done. But I understand Chris's point, Councillor Cross' point of view as regards his grade 1 to grade 3 soil types. But the fact is, if I may say, Madam Chairman, on grade 3B or what, grade 3B or whatever it may be, you can grow with irrigation, as I keep saying, very high valuable crops. So when these grades come out, I'm very skeptical because the fact of the matter is you can grow exceptionally high yielding crops with irrigation of grade 3 land. And they are the most expensive type crops as well, potatoes, vegetables, that type of thing. So I get mystified by when people harp on about the grades, because they are very nearly all equal, how I see it, in farming purposes, because you can actually grow quality produce on poor land, believe it or not, with irrigation. And with climate change being what it is we've seen over the years, Madam Chairman, farming systems changing and likely to in the near future. And the loss of productive land is always going to be controversial with the greatest respect. And when you have an alternative, such as, for argument's sake, people suggesting putting these solar panels on roofs and sheds and houses and that sort of thing, you have an option with that. So there's no issue here as regards we haven't got an option. We can't put anywhere else got to go on the land. That's not true. It's not that. As regards another councillor's point, if I may, as regards regeneration of land such as wildflowers, wonderful things they are too, where you look at, and wonderful sites they make with great landscape effect. Putting a few sheep on a bit of land, how much productive that is? Well, of course, that's productive for lamb and only lamb. So, and a bit of wool, one would assume, but no value, unfortunately, at the moment.
No value.
So when we talk about that as regards the food chain, Madam Chairman, I have to look at this on an equal basis of all land, not just because that's grade 3. To me, that makes no difference. If there's irrigation available to that site, that has then to be considered, in my opinion, to be good food productive land. So I'm mindful now we move forward as regards taking this land out of production. I'm not in favour of taking such fast tracks of land out of production. I believe there's one in just outside my area in Suffolk. I think it's 2,000 acres or more. I mean, that's been on the national news. How many more of these are we going to have? Our consideration is Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, and our considerations to look after the people food chain in our area. I'm mindful, Chairman, that it's very difficult to take such a large tract of land out. I'm not in favour of taking large tracts out, I must say. And I think when there's alternatives available, we should look at those in plan and policy terms, and to be fair, in the future. And the sooner we can get a grasp on this issue and have a policy as regards this solar panel business taking up agriculture land, the better it'll all be, because that'll create all this debate. There'll be X, Y, and Z. The job will be sorted in 5 minutes, and people know where to put in applications and where not to. So I just fail to see, Madam Chair, I'm not in favour of taking large tracts of land out of production, what most grades, to be fair, because I do think they're equal to a certain degree. And there are certain crops, believe it or not, you can't grow on grade 1 land.
Yeah.
They're better grown on grade 3. So that's why I take my own as regards treating agricultural land with irrigation as a whole.
Thank you. I am also going to add for this refusal a second reason, which is the loss of the agricultural land as part of the planning reason we're putting forward. Okay?
Yeah,
Are we happy to put that in as well?
Can I just comment on the comments that were made? So when you're talking about there are alternatives, there are only alternatives if applications come forward. And if we don't have those applications, then we don't actually have the alternative, if that makes sense. And I understand what you're saying about you don't make a distinction between land because you know what can be grown. However, planning policy does make that distinction, and this recommendation is in accordance with planning policy. That's all I would say.
It's a recommendation and we are the deciders, and that's why we're having the debate today. Carry on.
I mean, this is a finely balanced one. You've got competing things. You've clearly got things in favour of it and against it. In terms of agricultural land, yeah, it is. The definition is 1 to 3A, which is the high most versatile land. But I take my point. No, certainly have an argument on that.
Right.
And it is used as it's used now as agriculture. Now the policy says, in terms of agricultural land, it will be where there is a significant loss of agricultural land. Now there's no definition of that, of course. Or where it's best on most versatile, which it's not. So it would have to be that significant loss of agricultural land. Now it's 44 hectares. You have to take a view as whether you think that is a significant loss of agricultural land or not, and weigh that in the balance against the pros of it as well.
I would suggest that it is a significant piece of land, having seen that the area that's being proposed, this is a huge piece to take out of our food chain. We don't know the future, but we do know that we can put solar panels on roofs. We cannot replace agricultural land for food the same way. And that to me is the deciding factor as to why so far, what I've heard, I'll still be open to listen. But to me, on balance, we have to have the food chain as well. There's too much coming out and we don't know in the future whether we'll be able to import anything, what's going on. We need to be getting back to self-sustaining. Right, anyone else? Councillor Bubb, new point, please.
Thank you, yes. Councillor Squire has quite rightly said we don't want to burn
Yeah, I'm going
waste
around the room.
to produce electricity.
Don't need to.
We are geographically prevented from having hydro schemes because there's nowhere to build dams that have got a drop for the water. We haven't got fast flowing rivers. We don't seem to be getting a grip with the idea of tidal generation on the Wash. So that's the alternative, is to produce electricity from the sun. Now, we want it at night in the winter. So you're going to store it in batteries. And there's nothing in that I've spotted that says what the life of the battery is, how it's produced, what its disposal method is. The thought of whatever is creating the battery power being disposed of afterwards, it's going to be pretty nasty stuff. All these batteries are. 44 hectares is a small farm for somebody who could produce plenty of food. So yes, it is much better used for agriculture than electrical generation. 3,500 homes, that's not even Dersingham going to get enough power to run it. So, but you could probably feed most of Dersingham on the things that could be grown on 44 hectares. So yes, rejection, I think, is the forward thing to do.
Councillor Lawton?
Yeah, I agree completely with what Councillor Story said. He is a farmer, he knows. But my main thing is, this has been predetermined. It has been predetermined because there was a report in the local paper on Friday that this has been approved.
No, we haven't predetermined
Well,
it.
somebody has.
No, the writing wants to read the recommendation is approved. There's a difference. We have not approved anything. Right, Councillor Holmes, did you want to speak? And then I'm going round the room to Councillor Bone. I'm just going round the room because there's several want to speak, but a new point, please.
Well, it's rebuttals of existing points, food security. I'd have some sympathy with this, except the field opposite where I live in the last 8 years since I've been there has been growing maize for biofuel, which is not really adding to the food security. As we've seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks towards the end of October, supermarkets overrun by pumpkins, which just lie rotting everywhere, and they don't contribute to food security. And barley is grown, and 6 million tons of it is exported every year to, for instance, Spain, to be converted into animal feed. Don't think that's really contributing to our own food security. I don't see very much animal products coming from Spain, apart from chorizo, which I think is probably manufactured here. The grass, of course, there, whether it's eaten by sheep or whatever, will be a substantial environmental benefit. It produces oxygen. It also sustains populations of insects, mammals, small mammals, birds. It's a great benefit. And then it comes to the vehicles in those narrow lanes. Well, I've got a narrow lane where I live, and most of the farm vehicles these days are actually running over the verges, and the HGVs don't. So I would suggest that damage from HGVs or any other vehicles they're going to likely to bring will be much, much less than the existing farm traffic. And when it comes to food security, I just wonder whether we should be abandoning the West Winch housing programme, because that's being built on agricultural land, I think. Thank you.
Right, Joe, did you want to speak? Have you got a new point, please?
I would like to make the point that it's really useful to hear all the discussions because nobody comes with the full knowledge. So I certainly find it beneficial. And while I don't have anything particularly need to say, I do think it's still worth airing our views so that others can understand them. And so I have found it useful. And there was a comment in a publication recently about areas being bread baskets for other areas. And, you know, Norfolk is very much a bread basket. We provide a lot of food. And at the moment, food security, and I take on board your point about the grass and, you know, all the rest of it, but the balance for me is very finely made. And I'm going to follow Councillor Parish and Councillor Story and say that it should be withdrawn or deferred or, yeah, withdrawn because of the need for food.
Yeah,
which is
Councillor
great.
Wally? I haven't had you yet. Yes, I've
Thank
had
you,
you.
Chair.
No,
Yeah.
sorry, I've already had you down to speak. You've spoken already. Not before I didn't. You only have 5 minutes anyway, Councillor Wally. I don't know if you know that when you speak, and then we come back again. Well, I take guidance. Councillor Bone?
I've been very patient there, so I think.
I know, because you haven't spoke yet, and Councillor Wally has, so if there is a second chance, I can come back, but let's have the first time.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to raise a couple of comments. Obviously, ideally, solar panels would be more beneficial on buildings, but past political choices have taken away the availability of buildings to build on. So we're left with very little in the line of pockets. I really welcome the fact that in some ways, it reverses the effects of modern agriculture by introducing new hedgerows, something that was taken away to increase yield. I welcome it. It leaves, it could be a possibility that it could be used. That would be lovely if it could have dual use, but it leaves the field fallow and to recover something which is damaged by a lot of modern day processes, the biodiversity for that area, which obviously helps with pollination and everything else. So a poor pocket of land which has to have adjustment, arable land which has to have adjustments to improve its yield and quality. I think a 40-year outbreak when it might be beneficial, and then hopefully in a year's time, but we would be able to have perhaps a change in policy that would allow the buildings for us to harvest energy on. But while they're privately owned buildings, it's a lot of planning applications would have to come in on individual buildings. But if there was future policies where groups of buildings can be developed together with that, then that becomes a more viable option. So on balance and looking at the poor land, I'm actually going to vote in favour of the solar farm because there is not really many current alternatives at this present time.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Diwali, have you got a new point, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was able to talk about the conditions, but I wasn't able to reflect my views. Like Councillor Rust, it's valuable to hear everybody's opinions. However, we are in a climate emergency. We are experiencing climate change now. It wasn't that long ago when the farmers couldn't drill in February because the fields were too wet. We've just had a hot, dry summer. And if this continues, we will experience serious issues with obstruction issues, not least of our rivers. Climate change will see sea level rise. We are one of the most vulnerable districts in the country, if not the world, to climate change and sea level rise. Our
Councillor
farms
Diwali.
will be underwater.
Councillor Diwali, please.
So,
can we deal with this issue?
may I
please,
finish?
Not a speech.
Please, Chair. We have a need to decarbonise power urgently. And for me, the power generation outweighs the disamenity and loss of grade 3B agricultural land. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, then I think we've all had a good go at this. Kathy, please. We have on the table here by Councillor Parish, seconded by Councillor Lawton, a proposal of refusal on the loss of food production. Can you just read out that? I've scribbled so much. Oh, sorry, what did you say, Councillor? Oh, yeah, we are. Don't worry, I'm the same way as you. Don't worry, that's in my head. Do not worry, straight away.
I've got one reads refusal that again from the notes from members have said on balance, a loss of significant amount of agricultural land, some 44.6 hectares, outweighs the benefits of the solar farm contrary to policy DM20 of the site allocations and development management policies plan.
Are you happy with that, councillor Parish? Right, Kathy, we are voting for refusal.
Okay, councillor Bone,
Against.
councillor Bauer,
Against.
councillor Burt,
For.
councillor Crofts,
Against.
councillor Diwali,
Against.
councillor Holmes.
Against.
I think councillor Hudson left the meeting.
Yeah,
We
councillor
can't
Hudson left the meeting,
vote.
can't vote.
Yeah, councillor Lawton,
You're for, yeah, he's for.
councillor Manning,
Abstain.
councillor Lockholds,
Against.
councillor Parish, councillor Rust,
For.
councillor Spiking,
For.
councillor Squire,
Councillor Squire?
councillor Story, councillor Tyler, councillor Whitby,
For.
and councillor Rose.
Sorry? 10-6, so the refusal is carried. Now we're going to have a comfort break. And can I have you back, please, for 20 past?
Objection about
on because time's going. Everybody here? Right, I'm now on page 41, which is Brancaster. I have a speaker and it's variation of condition 2, a full application. The recommendation here is approved. Please, who's doing that? Tash, are you going to do that one? Thank you.
Yeah, so this application at the Ship Hotel, Main Road, Brancaster, it's for the variation of a permitted and extant scheme. So that is to say that the permitted scheme could be built at any time. Now this application, so the permitted scheme, which is the one you're seeing before you, it allowed for additional accommodation. And that additional accommodation was 10 additional 1-bed ensuite rooms. 6 of them were in a new 2-story building, and then 4 were in detached surfer huts adjacent. So this application seeks to, yeah, that's fine. So that shows the 6 suites in the 2-story building with 7 parking spaces beneath. And the next slide shows the surfer huts. The next slide, this shows what's currently now proposed. And we're still looking at additional accommodation, but it's 8 units. And we now have, oh, my mind has gone blank. We now have 4 units in the 2-story building and 4 units in the surface huts. Surface huts are exactly the same in terms of their location. The only difference is that they now have an outside, can we go back to the previous one, sorry? Yeah, so they now have an outside bath, and also the difference is we've got an existing building that's being retained, which is, yes, that one there. So on the previous permission, that building was lost, and the rope loft 2-story building extended into that area. So in terms of the differences between the two, it is generally in the rope loft building. It is shown to be approximately 0.2 meters higher than the existing or the currently approved, and 0.1 meter deeper. But in terms of width, it is 6.5 meters less wide. Materials are exactly the same as was previously approved, and that is natural clay pan tiles, red facing brickwork, chalk infills, timber windows and doors, and black downpipes and gutters. The application is before you as it was contrary to the Parish Council recommendations, and it was called in by Councillor Lawton, and the recommendation is to approve. I'd also like to just point out that there is an error in the report where it says neighbourhood plan. No, that isn't correct. There is a neighbourhood plan, and I can confirm that the neighbourhood plan was fully considered in the consideration of this application and the previous one, and is appropriately referenced throughout. Oh, yes, sorry. So this, obviously we're looking at the Ship Hotel. Now we're looking directly into the site, and that's the area where the 2-story building will be. This building here, yeah, that's the existing outbuilding for context that will be retained. Obviously, we're looking slightly the other way. This is the existing outbuilding, and you can see retaining wall. Now, if the existing outbuilding was to be removed as per the current scheme, then there would be a lot of excavation required. That's no longer the case. We're now looking, we're standing in the car park, and we're looking across. You could see the car park of the properties that face the road, and the land, the high land here, that is where the surface huts will be. The land beneath the wall is slightly lower, and additionally there would be a willow fence atop this existing wall to prevent overlooking, and that again is exactly the same as the permitted scheme. We're just doing a 360, so you can see the area we're just discussing on the left-hand side of the photo. The car park in front of the car there, which serves the properties on the right-hand side of the photo. Again, just doing a 360, the existing car park, frontage buildings. That's the rear of the existing ship. This is the rear wall at the south of the site, in front of which the rope loft will be built. Likewise, that's a continuation of that. Now we're standing on the area where the surface huts will be, and as previously stated, what you can see in terms of the boundary treatment, that will be raised up with a willow fence. And again, I'm just doing a 360 in that location. Looking around the rear of the ship, the existing outbuilding that's to be retained. And now we're looking at the south, and you can just see the roof of one of the properties on Sawmill Road that lays to the south of the site. And yeah, again, that's a part of the surface hut area. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could we have Chris Borman, please, to speak? If you want to sit in the middle, you can. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, yep. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak and support the application, which has been brought to you today from objections from the Parish Council and a call in by Councillor Lawton. As well as support from the local authority, I'd like to highlight to the committee that all other consultees have not objected to the proposal. The application seeks approval for an amended scheme of hotel accommodation previously approved just over a year ago. It must be noted that this is an amended scheme of a large reduction upon that already approved, whilst retaining what's effectively the same design. The approved scheme consists of a total of 6 suites in the rope loft development, and the amended scheme now only cites 4. The 4 approved individual surface huts remain. The parking requirement has therefore been reduced, and there are no objections from highways. You can clearly see on the slide here what a reduction it is, and I would like to remind the committee that the applicant can simply build out the larger scheme. There were concerns raised in the previous application, and the applicant has listened to those concerns despite already having permission and proposed a reduced and less disruptive scheme when there was no obligation to do so. You will also note that the large area excavation is no longer required, resulting in less disruption and noise. The cartway alone was estimated to require 12 trips with an 8-wheeled lorry. This scheme will also allow the existing outbuilding to be retained, strictly used as an auxiliary building for essential staff, welfare and storage. The proposal simply provides sleeping accommodation for patrons of the hotel. Noise will be at an absolute minimum. The rooms and layouts are designed to provide a calming and relaxing environment for patrons, encouraging a good night's sleep. The surface huts are also proposed to benefit from a single person outdoor bath like those at Congham Hall and the Foxes in Hillington. I must stress these are not hot tubs. The proposals will be of great benefit, providing job opportunities in the village that thrives on tourism success. This development to an integral establishment will allow tourists more than a day out, encouraging further exploration and enjoyment of the local area, whilst ensuring it is not a detriment to the local residents. The success of such a scheme can be admired at the number 29 in Burnham Market, whereby 6 holiday suites were approved by Planning Committee in 2018. I therefore would request that the committee also consider this application favourably and be part of a new success story. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add, officers?
Sorry, Chairman, can I just jump in a minute? I've just spotted a typo on condition 18. It should say no hot tubs or jacuzzi baths shall be installed in outside areas, not area. So just to get that corrected. Thank you.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Right, members. Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, apropos of the outside area. Oh, sorry. Started.
Go on.
Stop when I finish. In the supporting statement, it was said that should permission be granted, it's been agreed with the local authority that a condition placed any approval enforcing a year trial. Well, the only condition I can see that comes near that is condition 18, which gives the hours that would be approved for the baths to be used. So I wondered if actually the condition could be put in and why it hasn't been put in.
That is actually explained in the report. So CSNN requested that a temporary consent was given. However, what we have to appreciate is this is a variation of an extant permission that is not temporary. So we can't actually grant a temporary consent on this because it's varying a permanent permission that already exists. So that is explained in here, and notwithstanding that, we considered that the hours condition that we would extend to include the bath area, and the fact that they couldn't install hot tubs and jacuzzis sufficiently addressed that. And yeah, like I say, we couldn't have put that condition on.
Right.
Thank you for making it clear.
Yeah, Councillor Lawton.
Yeah, the reason I called this in was at the request of Parish Council, who are concerned about the noise that may come from these hot tubs.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I would have liked the parish council to have attended to give their reasons as well, because that's part of it. They come to you for it, but on the other hand, we would like to hear what the parish council have to say. So
Well, I'm on the parish council.
yeah, well, that's a side issue. You're here today as a borough councillor, but it would be helpful as well if they have concerns, because this is a reduction, not an enlargement. So hopefully, reading this should make it a smaller and more containable for people,
Yeah,
because at the end of the day, they can still go back to the original permission. So, Councillor Squire.
I think I quite like it. I prefer it to the original
Yeah.
plan. I'm not sold on outdoor baths, but each to their own, whatever. But
A bit chilly,
you know,
at this time of year.
if that's a thing, that's fine. But yeah, I do think it's an improvement on the original plan, so I'm all for it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Bone?
I'm in agreement with Councillor Squire. I pretty much like the scheme. Again, question the baths, but hey ho, it just seems that they've actually gone back in despite having permission for the original proposal and took the considerations of the people and made it a smaller and their needs put forward. So to me, it's just a developer with consideration, and I fully support this application.
Right, well, no one else didn't speak. Well, then I've got the recommendation to approve, including the alteration of condition 18, where it reads shall be installed outside areas rather than area. It's gone to plural. Okay, so that's what we're voting on. The recommendation is to approve. Right, Kathy.
Thank you, councillor Bone,
For
councillor Bauer,
For.
councillor Bubb,
For.
councillor Crofts, councillor Dwally, councillor Holmes, councillor Hudson, councillor Lawton, councillor Manning, councillor Knockholes, councillor Parish, councillor Russ, councillor Spikings, councillor Squire, councillor Tyler, or is that councillor Story? And councillor Rowe. Thank you. Yeah, that
Sounds like that's a carried.
Yeah.
Recommendations carried, all right. Page 55 then, members at Boughton, there's late correspondence and 2 speakers. And it's a proposed new residential dwelling, a full application, and the recommendation here is refused. So is that you, Hannah? Right, Lorna?
Sorry, I'm just getting it up on the screen. I'll be there in a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application was called into committee by Councillor Sampson. The parish council objects to the proposal, given the position and size of it, and they're also concerned with the change of use of part of the paddock land to residential. The conservation team, there was some original comments where they didn't initially object, but then they put in an objection afterwards. So they do object to the scheme now, given the scale of the proposal and impact on views over the countryside and harm to the setting of the conservation area.
I'm sorry, you need to
Sorry, can't
speak
you hear?
loud.
The shout, sorry, is my voice. Okay, I'll start again if you haven't heard. So the parish council objects to the proposal, given the position and size of the proposal and the change of use of paddock land to residential. The conservation team objects. They did initially not object, however, their latest comments do object, and they're concerned with the scale of the proposal and impact upon views over the over the countryside and harm to the setting of the conservation area. The Conservation Area Advisory Panel also considered the proposal in September this year. They unanimously agreed the development was unacceptable and would cause harm to the conservation area. So the scheme, there is an extant permission on the site. This shows the what was previously approved. It was for a bungalow. I'll just first of all to show you the site. So the site itself is located along Mill Hill Road. So that's the road running along here. You can see it on here. So it's to the west of it. There's a bungalow called Woodstock here, and then there's some two-storey properties here. The eastern side of the boundary borders the conservation area. So the conservation area lies this side. The site is on the very edge of it, just outside. So the previous approval was for a modest, more modest bungalow with a smaller red line, as you can see in this plan here. The proposal that's come forward, sorry, the next one also shows these are plans of what was originally approved. So it was a single-storey dwelling here. So the current proposal is for a bigger scheme. It does go up to 2 stories with a height of between, just get the figures now, between 7 meters high in places up to 9.3 meters tall. It's got a bigger footprint. It's got an L-shaped design. It's 26.3 meters wide in places and 19.5 meters deep. The previous extant permission was a lot smaller. You can also see the red line has been increased. So it goes up to the pond area before it was like cut off here. So it's a contemporary design. And it's considered that the combination of the design, the scale would appear out of character. It takes up much of the width of the plot. This surrounding open countryside contributes strongly to the conservation area's village setting. The scale of the proposal and the impact upon views over the countryside will harm the setting of the conservation area. The conservation team object given the harm caused to the setting. And it's considered the proposal will also dominate the immediate street scene and erode an important space to and across the countryside. It would not infill a small gap given the layout and the size and scale of the proposal, which is contrary to the local plan. So I'll just go on to the next ones here. So this is showing the ground floor plan. It shows there'll be a double garage here, a triple carport here, and then shows like the layout downstairs and shows the L-shaped design. This drawing was submitted. It shows the red line of what was approved before. So you can see it was a single story dwelling which was approved. The dotted line here shows what they're proposing now. So it's a higher building. It does have a bigger footprint too. Nearby, there's outline of a dwelling that was approved, so it's slightly higher, but it should be noted that this is further away from the edge of the conservation area and doesn't border directly on. The property to the other side of this within the conservation area is a bungalow, so that's like the nearest one within the conservation area that borders it. And then this shows some views. So views showing into the site. here, and then we've got ones of the donor dwellings. This is that bungalow. It's a lot modest. This is within the conservation area, and the site is over here. This again shows the sites over this direction, and then views going slightly up the road. And then this is views down Mill Hill Road, and this is towards the conservation area. And then this is views up Mill Hill Road. So it's quite well screened along some of this with trees. And then this is immediately to the northwest of the sites. This is one of the newer dwellings that has got permission, but like I say, it's further away from the edge of the conservation area. This is a view looking east. This is looking towards the donor dwelling of Woodstock, which is the bungalow, which is next to it. And then this is looking from the site towards the access and the road out here. This is again views across the site. And then again across the site. More views of the site here. And again. And then this is from a field. This is views from the countryside looking towards the site here. So that'd be looking into it. So you would be able to see it from views within the countryside. And then, yeah, it should be noted there's a public footpath along here. So you would see from here views of this new dwelling, which is on the very, very edge of the conservation area. And this is again wider views looking to the site and the surroundings. So you can see the sites along here. So you would be able to, in wider views and from the public footpath as well, be able to see the new dwelling. So I'd just like to say the proposal is to refuse in accordance with the reasons for refusal on page 63 and 64. I did notice there is a typo in the reason for refusal 1, and it's just that a cross has an extra C in it, so I propose that be corrected. There is late representations. The agent has provided a supporting statement, and there's a third-party comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the speakers now. Simon Lemon first, please. Do you want to come just there? Thanks.
Madam Chairman, firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of this application. There are two key issues for this development. Principal development, a key element of this is to consider that the site already has planning permission for a dwelling, albeit on smaller than the proposed. However, when you look at drawing GA 5000, which has been on the overhead projector, you can see the 3 dwellings. To the right, a blue line of a large 2-storey dwelling which has been approved on the adjacent site, a red line which is the current approval for this site, and a dotted line indicating the current proposals for this site. Yes, it is true that this current proposal is slightly larger than the approved dwelling, but when considered together, the approved and the site next door, it is in keeping. In fact, it's even slightly lower than the large dwelling next door. Moving on to design and impact on the conservation area. On the projector has been the original comments made by the conservation team on the 29th of July. Although the scheme, and their points were, although the scheme is much larger than the previously approved scheme, this is set well back and the materials are a great improvement and will cause no harm to the character of the conservation area. This demonstrates that the conservation team were happy with the scheme and had no issues. Even though the proposal has not changed, further comments were submitted on the 1st of September and subsequently the 14th of October, stating that the scale of the proposal will impact upon views of the countryside. How can this be so? The site drops away from the road, therefore meaning that already approved property will prevent views of the countryside. And although the current proposal is slightly larger, all this will do is reduce the view of the sky. The other point raised was that the proposed dwelling is considered to harm the setting of the conservation area due to its size, scale and layout, clearly not in line with the original comments submitted by the conservation team. We did try to clarify these points further with the team. However, the person involved has since left employment of the council before we were able to do this. Bearing these points in mind, we considered the same as the original conservation comments that the proposed scheme, which uses local materials, will not cause any harm to the character of the conservation area or the views of it and should therefore be approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Could I have Councillor Sampson now, please? Yeah, middle, please, Colin. It's quicker. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Morning, Madam Chairman, officers and members. As you're all well aware, Boughton is a multi-award winning village with a rather nice pond as its centrepiece. It has an active church cum community hub, doctor's surgery and a cricket club. The school, pub and shop are long gone. The development of the village has always been of a linear nature along the four roads, and there are no estates as such. Over the years, any development has always been of an infill nature. The houses range in size from small cottages to large detached dwellings in extensive grounds. Some front directly onto the road and some are set back in a totally random pattern and design, and that's why we're all here. That's what gives the village its charm. I realise that some aspects of this application don't quite fit the parameters of certain planning directives, as you've heard from officers and the previous speaker. That is, after all, why we're all here today. I don't see that the application seriously compromises any planning requirements, particularly given the nature of development over the years, but I would say that, wouldn't I? You will see from the location plan that the proposed dwelling is on the point of a right angle bend on the road, with a short drive leading to the main part of the site. This drive is the current access to the now largely disused paddock beside the small donor cottage. The larger house to the right is still a bit of a work in progress as part of an earlier development. Note that the roof line of the proposed dwelling is lower than the line of this property, so any concern that the new property is overbearing is groundless. The fact that the new property is set back from the road is because of the way the existing properties sit on the outside of the sharp end. It is still infill and most certainly not backfill. The development does not deprive anyone of a view with any wow factor, as all that can be seen is flat, featureless grassland and occasionally tilled, and then the sky. The sky will still be seen as Boughton generally sits on the high point of the surrounding land. This slightly offset layout is repeated elsewhere in the village and is not departing from the well-established previous developments. You have already had a slightly more technical presentation on that. So members, I hope you see how Boughton has developed over the time and that this application is just the latest installment in a gentle and continuing process of development of the village. I urge you to approve this well thought out application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Right, anything to add, officers? Stuart?
Yeah, just to say, obviously, this comes around to that subjective decision of design. And it's on the edge of the conservation area. Obviously, you know Boughton and special characteristics of it. And our view is obviously what's proposed. It doesn't meet that high level to preserve or enhance a conservation area. As the speaker said, alluded to, there have been discussions and difference of opinion. I think it's fair to say internally, but the latest comments are set out in the report. But ultimately, it'll be up to you members to consider where you think this is a highest, that high enough standard to to be worthy of approval on this site.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Bone first.
Thank you, Chair. To me, I need to see some more imagery just to help me make my opinion. We could have a Google Street scene. I just want to see how it sits within the conservation area, if we may. To me, it does very much look like it is an infill site. Its location on its map, but I would like to see how it sits next to the conservation area and the properties next to it, please.
Right, won't be a minute. I've got Bone, Rust, Cross, Squire and Parish down to speak so far. Yeah. Yeah. You won't know.
Okay, so yeah, sorry. So you can kind of see here's the bend of the road here. Here's the public footpath that goes along here. And the application site is in here. So you can kind of see the properties here. So this is where the conservation area sort of stops around this area. There's some new dwellings being built up here. Some have been built. So you can kind of see in the context. So, I mean, it's just, you will get some views, wider views coming along and through the site. I mean, it is, some of the concerns are just the width of the property. It takes up the majority of the site, the proposal, and also it's extending the curtilage. So it's coming further out than what was originally approved. So there is concerns there. And it's just, some of these properties are a bit bigger up here, but they're further away from the actual conservation area just before the bend. So this one's more located closer to it, so it's more of an impact upon the setting, and that's what the concerns with the conservation officer and the conservation advisory panel, they've had concerns over this as well.
Is the curtilage the same
No,
going to as what that field is above it? In line
it
with?
comes to, I think it's around, it's difficult not having the, I can get the plan back up, but because I think this is like the pond area, it's, I think it's to the edge of here, so around here.
Yeah,
But before it's around here, I believe. I
But
think
aren't
that's,
they showing further along with the pond, how they're doing it?
yeah, it comes out further.
That's what I'm querying. It's
Yeah.
to do with the land, how they've got it.
It's
outlined.
increasing the curtilage.
That's right.
Yeah,
It's not quite as cut and dried as I thought.
yeah, it's bigger than what it was originally approved.
Donna, can you just put the plan back up, please?
Yep, sure. So you can kind of see, here's the pond. I'll just try and.
It's better shown on the site,
I
site
know.
layout. So, sorry, Chairman, if I.
Yes.
Accept a card.
Yeah, right.
There we go. Okay, so in terms of the location, if you look at the red line, as you can see here, the red line extends to just to the east of the pond. It's better shown on your agenda pages on page 53 and 54.
Yeah.
But what you will see is here. So if you can see my little, can you point out the little red line with your pointer? So the red line extends to the east of the pond. So to take there, okay. Now, part of the issue here is how big the unit is and how far it is set back within the plot. And also, if you look at the proposed site plan, there's no boundary treatment at the back of the house. So effectively, that would extend back out into that whole plot to the site boundary to the east, which again is better shown on your agenda pages on page 53 and 54. So on the basis of the red line as it is, a very limited garden area associated with the dwelling. There's also two temporary caravans proposed, not within the curtilage of the dwelling as well, but outside. So there's a combination of factors here. You know, nobody's objecting to the development in principle insofar as infill development, but it's the scale of the development that's proposed that's at odds with the policies of the development plan, including harming the setting of the conservation area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, that helps a bit. Councillor Rust.
Thank you. I thought that the officers had made a really compelling case as to why we should vote against this. I think it's really clear to me the size is overbearing, right next to a conservation area, and then without the clear end of the property, and it's stated there, you know, the concern is that as the rear boundary is not defined, domestication of the paddock to the west could take place for external amenity space outside the application site. A property that size is not going to accept such a small amount of outside amenity space, and the likelihood is they will try and appropriate it from wherever they can. So, and even if they don't, the size of that property means that it should have more amenity space, and there's not enough. So I would happily vote against it in line with the officer's recommendations.
Right, Councillor Crofts. Then I've got Squire and Parish. Yeah, Joe, can you turn it off, thanks. And,
Got it. My microphone's now working. It's
yeah,
difficult.
turn it off.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I didn't expect to be speaking quite so soon. I was going to ask, when we originally gave permission for this in outline form, was it with the right recommendation, or did the committee decide against the recommendation of the officers? As I recall, I think that's what happened. I don't think that you didn't approve it as a site, and we overturned your refusal, as I remember. Is that right? Yeah, I thought so too. So effectively, it was never ever a building site. Right, then so they got permission in outline form, which means then the applicant came in the reserve matters. And that was not a year ago. And they made an application for a small bungalow, 23rd of the 11th, 21. That isn't a year ago. And then they could build that tomorrow.
Yeah.
They could build that 6 months ago. They didn't. There's something wrong here. And all of a sudden we get this monster application coming. And I really can't, it is absolutely going to dominate this small village. It's 26 meters wide, 19 meters, 20, that's longer than this. 26 meters wide, 19 meters deep. It's absolutely going to dominate this area, and it's not infill at all. It's backland development. People can describe it as they wish, but the recommendation here is definitely correct that this should be refused.
Thank you. Councillor, oh, sorry, did you want to say?
No,
something?
Chairman, I was just going to say, I mean, obviously, Councillor Crofts alluded to the previous permission. You can see here the extent of the previous permission, and you can see that the red line is actually tighter. So it's in here, and the current red line is out here. Actually, you can't see my thing. I'm thinking I'm presenting here. Look, so it's far tighter into the corner, if you like, as you wrap round the Mill Hill Road, and it's a much smaller scale unit. Just show the elevations again, please, Lorna. Thank you.
Yeah.
Again, single story. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, Councillor Squire, then Parish.
Thank you. I'm going to go against the grain here and say I don't mind it. Actually, I prefer the design to the original one. Yes, it is a lot bigger, but if you look at, was it slide 77, it's not that much bigger, and it's not that much bigger compared with the permission next door. I just can't see a problem with it. It's covered in solar panels. It's got flint, was it flint wall? I just can't see a problem with it.
So are you making a recommendation or what, Councillor Squire?
I could, but I can't think of a planning reason, to be fair. Yeah.
Nor could I. Right, Councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. Unlike my neighbour, I do have a problem with it. To my mind, the applicant was lucky to get permission at all, really. It's in the countryside and it's adjacent to a conservation area. So for one reason or another, they got permission. And then they were given further permission for the bungalow, which has been illustrated. I think they're just taking the mick, quite honestly. There's too many of these applications where people squeeze in and get permission, and then they change their design, or they apply to change conditions that are made. And before you know where you are, you've got some monstrosity being developed. This is far too large for the plot. It will impact on views, and people say they're not just mundane views of flat fields. Well, I quite like looking at flat fields from time to time, otherwise I wouldn't live in Norfolk, I suppose. And a mention of the sky. Ribbon development can kill off an area, because when areas, hamlets, villages are developed with space between properties, one of the joys is to walk along and see the space, the gaps between those properties, see the views and see the sky. And once you get lots of infill, especially of large properties, that's broken up, and you might as well live in a terraced area, quite honestly. So I thoroughly agree with the officer's recommendation and the reasons that they put forward, and I would be voting to agree with their recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I will take the vote, which the recommendation is to refuse. Kathy, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bone.
4.
Councillor Bauer. 4. Councillor Bubb.
4.
Councillor Crofts.
4.
Councillor Diwali,
For.
councillor Holmes,
4,
councillor Hudson, councillor Lawton, councillor Manning,
For.
councillor Knockholds, councillor Parish, councillor Rust, councillor Spiking, councillor Squire, councillor Story, councillor Tyler, councillor Whitby,
4.
and councillor Rose.
Therefore, that recommendation to refuse is carried. Thank you, members. Now sorry? Yeah. Then we now go to Burnham Norton. There's late correspondence and 2 speakers. Sorry, and it's an extension of a 3-bedroom, 2-story cottage, etc. Full application, recommendation again here is refused. Who's doing that one?
That'll be me, thank you, Chairman. Just
You, Hannah? Right, thank you. Yep, there is late correspondence.
There is late
members.
correspondence, yeah.
Oops.
Okay, so this application is at Denning, 7 Marsh Lane, Burton Norton. You'll see from the committee report that there is extensive history in terms of negotiation, which is also alluded to in late representations as well, with regard to how the scheme has developed over time. You'll see that an application was refused, or a similar application was refused under delegated powers, I believe, 21-00122. And you'll see that there's a full reason given there with regard to eroding the spaces within the conservation area. From the plan in front of you, to be fair, the better plans are located on page 65 and 66 of your agenda pages. You'll see that it's a linear building. It's very traditional in terms of its proportions, you know, a maximum 6.5 to 7 metre a gable end and linear running against the road. On one of the issues, or in fact the main issue with the previous application, was the extent of the extension proposed, which I'll just show you in a minute, and its erosion of the gap between this property, Lechmere, and Denning, the property, the subject property of the application. Let's just get my little pointer out. There we go. Okay, so this is the previously refused scheme. Now you can see the main extension is on the western edge, and you can see that it's effectively full width and extends to the edge of the boundary between Denning and Lechmere, and extends to the rear as well. And again, this is, as you look west, this is the elevation facing into the garden, as you can see. So in terms of the gable end, slightly wider than the existing gable proportions at the top here. And what you can also see in this area is a small 2-story extension located on the top of the existing single-story extension. One of the things you'll also see here is in terms of fenestration, it doesn't necessarily match the existing unit. And here you see the main garden, the main view from the garden. So that'll be looking north towards the marsh. So this is the original building. And then the proposed extension here in timber. And again, the little extension above the single story to the eastern end. And you can see just behind, it's kind of an L-shaped structure. And that's kind of the internal view when you're standing inside this elevation here. And again, you're looking from the northern boundary, looking south and seeing that extension full width of the plot as here. And again, the extension on the eastern end. So in terms of that application, as I say, it was more about not necessarily about the design, but more about the overall design and filling that gap, preventing views through to the marsh, which was contrary to the characteristics of the conservation area. This is the proposed development. Now, this has been submitted after a negotiation with the former officer, who's no longer with the authority. And they have reduced the scale of the extension here so that it wraps around now and taking it off the boundary, as you can see, but then still protrudes to the same kind of depth as the previous scheme, with a similar development in the design development in the back here. The main alterations occur effectively at the front. So this is the original dwelling that you can see. As I said, it's very traditional in its proportions and very consistent around chalk building, brick, pan tile, etc. And here we have the proposed scheme. So if you remember the original scheme, this is looking south now from the road, extended to the very edge of the site here. And now the scheme proposes to extend to this area with a fence panel adjoining the adjacent wall at Lechmere here. Again, similar design, but just brought in. And again, this elevation effectively remains as is. Now, one of the issues identified, as well as taking the gaps away and creating kind of a more densely formed development, is certainly in this application, and I accept there's been a change in personnel here, that the overall design of the scheme does not reflect the original characteristics of the dwelling, as shown here, both in terms of its materials and in terms of its proportions and fenestration style. Again, we're looking back to the southern elevation of the dwelling, and again, the proposed extension here, and here with a proposed loggia element you can see. Here you have the floor plans. Again, you can see the original form of the building here. Minimal width, as I say, and then the proposed extension here. So we're standing on Marsh Road itself. We're looking east there, back towards the western end of Denning. This is the gap to which I refer, and Lechmere is over here. The wall to Lechmere is over here on the right. Again, looking back towards Lechmere, the wall, and again the gap. And then looking back towards, from the eastern elevation of Denning, looking towards Lechmere itself. And then we're standing further along, further towards number 5, as shown in your agenda page, on page 65, looking back towards Denning. The proposed little extension, let's call it, above the single-story extension is located here. And that would be the, again, timber clad. And then here you have predominantly the original elevation of the dwelling with the chalk, and you've got some flint in there as well as traditional Norfolk reds and the pan tiles. So that's it kind of effectively as it has developed over time. You'll note that it is an important unlisted building within the conservation area. It is actually marked as such within the conservation area character statement as well. And the larger extension would be in this location here, coming back into the garden. Again, you can see the formed elevation, and it would be in this area here. Back towards, looking towards Lechmere. And again, that's the western boundary. And again, basically standing in front of the two-story extension here, which would infill this gap here, albeit it's not as great as it previously had been in terms of the previous reason for refusal. Notwithstanding that, it is still a large-scale scheme. And again, the two-story extension would extend in this area here. Okay. Right. So the issues are outlined on page 67 in your agenda pages. So clearly, there's the issue here is one of the scale and character and appearance, both of the original dwelling and the impact on the conservation area as a whole. It is recommended for refusal, and it's called in by Councillor Sandal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Could I have Mr. Who have I got here? Mr. Newhouse. Thank you. Morning. You have 3 minutes. Yes, that brings us on to speaker.
Thank you for allowing me to talk about Denning, which Sally and I want to extend sympathetically as our main home for our children and grandchildren. We've tried to work constructively with the LPA over 2 applications spanning nearly 2 years. Numerous EOTs and deadlines have come and gone. Our first application was refused despite no public or parish council objections. The one objection from conservation is captured on this slide. Sorry, we're all completely on the wrong slide. Sorry. Okay, numerous EOT. Can we start again? Sorry, because I've got 3 minutes and it's.
I'm going to have to start again, members, but please don't put your hand up as a yeah, because it was misconstrued.
Well, putting my hand up is a signal for Hannah to check.
No, but you put your hand, were you putting your hand up because you mentioned about the 2 years?
Okay, sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
that's where the confusion came in.
Okay.
So we'll start again and.
I do
Yeah,
apologise.
just put your hand up like that in a
Okay.
gentle way, and then I'll know what you mean. Right.
Very kind of you to let me start again.
Yeah, start again, we'll do
Okay.
that.
So I've got to press the button again.
Yeah.
Well, that was difficult enough first.
No. It just needs to be on red, that's all. Okay?
Thank you for allowing me to talk about Denning, which Sally and I want to extend sympathetically as our main home for our children and grandchildren. We have tried to work constructively with the LPA over 2 applications spanning nearly 2 years. Numerous EOTs and deadlines have come and gone. Our first application was refused despite no public or parish council objections. The one objection from conservation is captured on this slide. We believe we've responded meaningfully to every point: the boundary, the width of the house, the gap between Denning and Lechmere, and the impact on the conservation area. The comment by the Norfolk Coastal Partnership is worthy of note. After refusal, we tried to engage with the LPA on January the 20th with no luck. So we submitted draft plans on March the 14th. Finally, in April, we received informal feedback, again exclusively focused on the gap from our second case officer. We tried to meet, again, no success. So we submitted the proposal in May and we were allocated our third current case officer. Fast forward to last week when we saw today's agenda and were shocked to see the emphasis of the LPA's concerns had shifted from the gap. The issue now appears to be about the impact of the extension on Denning as a non-designated heritage asset. This was never mentioned in our first application, and even to this day, never by the conservation officer. The goalposts for refusal have been moved. In any case, we would argue that the extension is subservient to the existing dwelling in both the public realm and the private garden, that it is both sensitive and sympathetic, and that the use of boarding can in no way be described as alien. This slide provides an overhead view of Marsh Lane. Top left is the 1887 map showing Denning and its 3 closest neighbours, all now substantially developed or with permission. It demonstrates our new modest addition to the road frontage, the retention of an 11.6 metre gap, which is greater than the consented gap between numbers 3 and 5, and extends less to the south than similarly L-shaped extensions to both neighbours. This slide provides a theoretical wide view and shows that on the street scene, we are proposing to add 1 window at ground floor, 2 at first. The extension is set 0.9 metres back with a noticeably lower ridge height. The final slides are verified views. This faces east. The extension is set over 2 metres further back from the road than Lechmere and is barely visible above Lechmere's high boundary wall. This slide faces west, and both, next one, shows the extension. The existing 1.5-storey decorative curved parapet obscures much of it, and the gap is clearly red. We believe we have responded effectively to the refusal, and we have allayed the 11th hour concerns of the case officer, and we hope you can support us in realising our dream home. We will be good guardians of Denning. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to get Lauren to read the next one out then, please, Kathy? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is Councillor Sam Sandal's speech. Dear Planning Committee members, I am writing in support of the planning application 22/00892/F for Denning, 7 Marsh Lane, Burnham Norton, which is a property in my ward. I do not know the owners of Denning. Jared and Sally Newhouse have never met them, nor have any connection with them other than in relation to Denning's planning. We have exchanged various emails and spoken on the telephone. Their original application 21/00122/F was validated on February 5th, 2021, revised and resubmitted in May. And despite having no public or parish council objections at any point, and only one consultee objection from conservation was not determined until December 1st, 2021. Several deadlines and EOTs passed promoting the applicants to contact me for some advice in the hope that I could assist. After a long and extensive search, Mr. and Mrs. Newhouse bought Denning, a somewhat dated and unlisted cottage standing on a 0.7 acre plot, as their intended retirement home, having holidayed in North Norfolk for over 30 years. They commissioned the re-owned architects Coper Griffith to design a scheme to incorporate additional bedrooms and bathrooms, a kitchen and a family room. In broad terms, the proposals are arranged with three criteria in mind: that the new work should have a minimal and modest presence in the street scene, as evidenced by the photo montages, that the charming original cottage and its principal elevations are preserved. Also, the north, south and east elevations demonstrate the new build element is subservient to the existing, and that no new works threaten the stand of mature trees to the east. The visual impact of the proposals, which are modest from the street scene, are lessened further, in my mind, by the quite specific and limited way in which Denning and its site can be viewed. Whilst each project is of course judged on its own merits, it seems pertinent to note that all surrounding properties have either implemented or gained consent for substantial extensions, and that the proposals to some extent mirror the L configuration of Lechmere to the west and the extant permission of number 5 to the east. The letter from JB Heritage dated September 30th to the planning officer makes a powerful case in support of this application. It concludes that the council's own character statement does not support a finding of harm resulting from the partial infilling of the gap between Denning and Lechmere to the west, and that the extension will sustain and reinforce the prevailing characteristics of the conservation area. The owners have worked hard with the local LPA to try and avoid going to appeal by revising their original application and subsequently submitting this latest one, which has responded meaningfully to the brief guidance and feedback provided by the LPA. At the 11th hour, when the Planning Committee report was published, the recent committee materials has introduced some unexpected comments and objections, and the LPA's concerns seem to have significantly changed. He/she is admitting they made an error regarding the reasons for the first refusal. The applicants responded with the second application in direct response to the original reasons at no little cost. It is very frustrating to say the least for them. Consequently, I respectfully ask committee members to support this application to ensure that Denning provides a forever home for a family with long-standing ties to the area and who wish to fully contribute to the North Norfolk community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to add, please, Hannah?
Chairman, only that, I mean, obviously it's clearly set out in the report, but from having conversation with the current planning officer, she did inform Coper Griffith of her concerns with regard to the design and appearance of the extension itself. And she's previously reported that to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members, anyone wishing to speak? No, then I'm going to, Councillor Parish.
Well, yeah, somebody ought to.
Not necessarily. We do
Can I just ask
sometimes.
a question first? What is the footprint of the existing property and the footprint of the extension? Have you got it in area?
Here, but I mean that is the existing footprint here, and then that is the proposed extension. And then if we just go back to the plans, it's better shown here. So that's the main form of the dwelling here, with a little single-story element here and here, and then that is the extension at the back.
All that there. So really, the existing dwelling is really an extension of the extension, isn't it? Because the extension is bigger than the existing dwelling. I mean, when is an extension a new build? I mean, it just seems.
Sorry, I've got you.
Sorry, I've paused because I think somebody's looking for something. Hello again.
Sorry. Please may you repeat the question?
Yes, so the extension is actually bigger than the existing building.
Well, it's certainly wide at the back. In terms of the depth of the extension, it's 17.6 metres. Sorry, I haven't got my thing on. At 17.6 metres, the front width of the application is 6.3, so that's here. And the gable is 7.5 at ground floor with a 9.6 metres at first floor or floor here. But I mean, you can see, I mean, if that's the original width of the dwelling, you can see that the scale of the development is.
Yes.
certainly-
So
it dominates
my
the-
comment, which may be tongue in cheek, is that the extension actually becomes the principal building and the existing building is an extension on it. You could ask, if you want such a huge house, you should buy such a huge house, not tack on something to the house that you've got. But there's been some disagreements or arguments apparently about the views expressed by officers about this. Well, things do change, and I'd rather officers get it right than jump to conclusions. And also, there's been precedent quoted that there's some big extensions down the road and so on. Well, perhaps those were done incorrectly, and I don't see why things which were done in the past with other houses necessarily should lead on to things being done now with a different application. We always treat applications on merit and individually. So again, I find myself supporting officers' recommendations on this.
Well, they do say each case is on its merit.
Yeah.
And this is where we have to look at it,
Yes.
irrespective, which you've quite rightly identified other houses, but this is the one we're dealing with today.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I've got councillor Hudson next. She's time to come. And then Holmes. Christie.
Thank you. I have noted that there are extensions on the houses on both sides of Denning. But the thing about this, the whole thing is, it would look now, you know, if it was done properly and extended, why not? But the idea of putting wood on top of flint and carstone is just not on. That in itself makes it a good thing to refuse. If you're going to extend flint and carstone, you extend in flint and carstone. I don't see anything wrong with their plans. I just see a lot wrong with their materials. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just reflecting on that diagram that councillor Parish referred to, showing the extension in relation to the existing buildings alongside. And then you look next door to number 5, which has extant consent for an extension, which is massive compared with the one on Denning. I really, you know, if we've allowed that one, if you go back up to the, it's on slide 119. 119.
Sorry,
That's it, yes. Now you see the one on towards the left, that's the subject of the application, and on to its right, that yellow shaded area says here, number 5, extant consent shaded yellow. And there's quite a lot. In fact, there's 2 bits, it's one either side, compared with the one at number 7, Denning.
Just to
I'd
point
like
out.
to know why
Yeah.
that wasn't
Go on.
actually impinging on conservation areas and so forth.
Well, I mean, I think Chairman has said obviously each application on its merits. I'm afraid I wasn't involved in the decision making on this application. I believe it was a delegated item. What I would say is that Lechmere itself has also been extended over time. And you can see, you know, the proportions of those extensions to that building compared to this. And that is far more sympathetic there than this or this. But each application is taken on its merits. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, Sandra Squire, councillor Squire.
looking at that map, I don't necessarily have a problem with them having an extension, but like Christine, I have a problem with the wood. Do it properly, make it look nice and make it fit in properly.
I agree it could take an extension. What I would hate to see, which I think is happening, is the very character and essence of the house is lost in it. And the fact of the width of the new proposal compared to the original, I think there's an imbalance. I think it becomes, the extension becomes the owner of the property and not the other way round. It's historic, it's conservation area. I don't think we should pay lip service to this. I think it wants to be a better, stronger design than what we have here. It's got the nice ends on it. It's quirky, but this is West Norfolk and they have them up there. Don't take the character away of the very reason why it's a conservation. Yes, there can be something, but I don't think this design is the right one. So I think the refusal is the right decision. And I have seen the site, so I can make that comment. Right, Kathy, the recommendation here is refuse.
Councillor Bone,
For.
councillor Bauer,
4,
councillor Bug,
4.
councillor Crofts,
4.
councillor Diwali,
4.
councillor Holmes,
Against.
councillor Hudson, councillor Lawton, councillor Manning,
4.
councillor Knockholes, 4, councillor Parish,
4.
councillor Rust,
4.
councillor Spiking,
4.
councillor Squire, councillor Story, councillor Tyler, councillor Whitby,
4.
and councillor Rose. Yeah, that was carried all but one.
Thank you very much. That's carried. Then for recommendation is refusal. We do the next one. No, I'm going to stop now and for lunch and we'll come back for one because we can carry on forever and someone else wants to lose. So sorry about that. So next one when we come back, we'll be on page 79, which will be down the market, but I'm going to stop for lunch now. It seems a good opportunity. Thank you. Good. Is there a wallet? Right, we're all back and bouncing, ready to go. Right, we're on page 79, Down and Market, late correspondence, and it's a variation of condition 1. Full application, the recommendation here is approved. Right, who's that, Hannah?
Lorna.
Lorna?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Sorry, don't know what I've done here, sorry. Sorry, I just have to stop and start sharing again. It doesn't want to come up.
Ready? All right.
Yeah.
Not technical.
I'm trying to. Yeah, the presentation's not coming up. Yeah, if you can.
You have a go, Hannah.
I need to get it back to work because I've set it to remind me.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it too. I'm not looking about today. Just for the time, I'm going to see my mum before I go. What is this one? I've got my sister-in-law and a friend in there. But yeah, you'll be all right. Have a lot of instructions. Don't do this, don't do that. As you do.
Yeah, thank you. So this application.
Talk loud.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I'm sitting here trying to listen.
Oh, the screen's not straight. I know I can't move, but it's a problem with that.
Move that back.
Yeah.
How's that?
Good. Okay. So this application has come to committee because a partner or a member of staff in planning is involved in the process. There's no objection from consultees or parish council, and there's no representations have been received. This is the application is for a variation of condition 1 of a planning permission which has already been approved for 8 dwellings. So on the site you can see the red line. So the site lies on Fairfield Road, which is a private unadopted road and a public right of way. The railway tracks lie to the east and the river Great Ouse to the west. Fairfield Road consists of a mixture of residential and employment uses. Sorry. So this is showing the original consent. So this was approved previously for 8 dwellings on the site. It illustrates what was approved in terms, mainly the key thing here, as you'll see on the next plan, is this shows the landscaping and the position of block A on site. Could I have the next one? So this again is what was previously approved. So this plan seeks to revise, no, sorry, this is the proposed one, sorry. So this proposed plan seeks to revise the layout to remove the footprint of the buildings in block A to be outside the historic highway route of the public right of way. This would avoid the applicant having to apply for a stopping up notice to remove part of the public right of way. As a consequence of this, the car parking layout would be amended. It does include, however, 7 outside car parking spaces, and there's also garages proposed for block B, which are inside the buildings themselves. So the next plan just shows the landscaping that's proposed, which would be amended. So it shows shingle at the front of the properties. So it's just pushing those properties back so they don't infringe on the public right of way. That's the only amendment that's taking place to this proposal. And like I say, there's implications on the parking layout, how it's done. This plan just shows what has been approved previously and what's being put forward. It would have grey concrete, sorry, it's have facing brick and grey concrete double pan tiles on the roof. So these ones are for plots 1 to 3. So this is the ones at the front. These next ones are the blocks at the back, block B, but they're also known as plots 5 to 8. So these properties include balconies and they have garages as shown on the drawings here. They're similar to what was approved before, and they'd be constructed from similar materials as previous drawings showed the plots 1 to 3. Then the next one, this one's plot 4. So this is one that's like that sits at the north side of the site, includes slightly different brick, old wick blend, and a similar concrete double pan tiles on the roof. So that's similar to what was approved previously. The next drawing just shows elevation drawings through the site, section drawings illustrating the development in context with neighbouring buildings here. So there's industrial buildings to the north, and to the south is the cottage, as you can see there. So it's not too dissimilar height to what the cottage would be, just slightly higher. Then the next ones show the application sites. This is what the site looks like at the moment, and you can see the cottage to the left of the screen, and on the right that's one of the industrial units. So approval has been given for 8 units on the site, and like I say, it's just to push those properties slightly back into the site to avoid infringing on the public right of way. That's the only thing that's really being put forward here, and there's consequences, slight design and layout, as I've explained, like with the car parking. And then the next one, this is again showing the site just a bit closer up. So at the moment it's undeveloped. You can see the cottage on the left here says residential next to it, as well as like industrial use further north. And this is showing looking along Fairfield Road, looking up the road away from the sites on your left there. And then this is, you can see the cottage on your right, and then looking the opposite way down south down the road, Fairfield Road. This one is a view opposite the application site. You can see a view across. And that's it. So there is late reps, just some clarifications, just showing what was done as delegated decisions. So the proposal here is to recommend for approval with the conditions included on page 85 of the agenda pack. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak on this one? Councillor Parish.
It's just a question, really. I noticed that this is an application for what's the word? Vary a condition on a previous reserved matters.
Yeah.
And the reason for bringing it to the committee is it's a relationship within the planning department. I noticed that the reserved matters was have I read it correctly? Was the reserve matters application originally brought to this committee, or was it dealt? No, it wasn't.
No.
So,
That wasn't, it was at the time a delegated
so, well, the question is, how come that was delegated and this one has to come?
Because the relationships, you know, there wasn't a relationship at the time. So
things evolve.
Circumstances that have changed now, and we're just being open and transparent like we've got to be.
Okay, fair enough.
Right, Councillor Diwali.
Thank you, Chair. Just another question. I note that this is former industrial land. It says factory on the site map. There is no mention anywhere within the report with concerns or investigations over contamination of the land. I just wanted clarification.
Would that be the
please.
condition? That was done in the outline. Yep. Right, the recommendation here is approved. Kathy, please.
Councillor Bone. Councillor Bauer. Councillor Bubb. Councillor Crofts. Councillor DeWatt.
Terry's got it on.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Diwali.
4.
Councillor Holmes. Councillor Hudson. Oh, she's left, hasn't she? And Councillor Lawton. Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Knockholt. 4. Councillor Parish.
4.
Councillor Rust.
4.
Councillor Spikey. Councillor Squire. Councillor Story. Councillor Tyler. Councillor Whitby.
4.
And Councillor Rose. It's unanimously
Carried. Obviously, page 88 has been deferred, so now we go to page 104, which is in Goldersthorpe. It's a construction of a 1.5-storey dwelling, 1 speaker, a full application, and the recommendation here is approved.
Thank you, Chairman. It's pertinent to note that the appeal decision that unfortunately wasn't attached as part of the committee item is attached as late representations, and I'll refer to that shortly. But you'll note from the history that this application was previously refused and it was overturned on appeal. So it wasn't overturned on appeal, it was dismissed on appeal. But it was dismissed on appeal, not on the basis of the design or the location as per the officer's previous comments, but on the basis that it was unclear about the habitats mitigation payment, whether there would be an impact on the statutory sites to the north. And this is where the appeal decision comes in. You'll note from the appeal decision, notwithstanding the design put forward today, that the inspector found no harm in relation to the quality design or construction methods associated with the development. Therefore, found the design appearance of the dwelling acceptable. So here we have, here we have the site. So I'm just watching Councillor Bob here. In terms of Coley Lane, it's right on the border between Inglesthorpe and Snettisham, which is Snettisham's over here, Inglesthorpe's here, but it's in the parish of Inglesthorpe. Located off Coley Lane. Now, those of you that know have been on this committee quite a long time will know there's a container storage business down here, as well as a church. And the property order car itself on the right-hand side was the donor plot originally. So that's upside down. So that is Alder Car here, and this is the proposed plot. The container site is here. It's a 1.5-storey structure, single point of access and driveway. And it's got an integral garage, as you can see here, with a clipped hipped roof, as you can see. And it's basically directly adjacent to, as you can see from this slide, directly adjacent to the boundaries either side. But this the closest point to the boundary is to the container site, which is here. Again, just a quick look at the development. Now, this is Alder Car, the property on the west. There are windows down here on this side, which are referenced within the plan. But again, the inspector found no issue with regard to the siting or design of an appearance of the dwelling itself in terms of harm on neighbour amenity. You're looking down to on the east, down towards Lynn Road, itself, the east, and then Alder Car is just the property on your right-hand side here. That's Alder Car, as I say, the plot here to here. And then the container storage elements and the place of worship here on the left-hand side. Issues are outlined on page 104 of your agenda pages. Clearly, the issue with regard to habitats mitigation is resolved. You know, we do obviously pay habitats mitigation, and in this case, it will be the updated GIRAMS, which is £187 something or other per dwelling. Can't remember the pence at the top of my head. But that is explained within the report as to how that overcomes the issue with regard to the appeal decision. And the application's been assessed on its merits, but clearly places great weight on the appeal decision insofar as paragraph 21 of the inspector's report, identifying there's no harm in relation to both location and high quality design or construction methods. On this basis, the application has been recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, the contribution is £185.93 as of April 22. Sorry about that, Hannah, but I knew where it was. Right, could we have Samantha Anthony, please? Didn't it used to be £70? 55. I know it wasn't a great deal compared to that. Big jump. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the committee for allowing me to speak in support of this application. By way of background, my parents lived locally in Norfolk in the village of Jersey pretty much all their lives. And I was brought up and went to school in the village and attended the local senior school in Hunstanton. My husband and I settled back in Dersingham in 2002, bringing up our 2 children, who are now grown and both have recently graduated from university. My elderly parents also still live in the village and increasingly rely on me for support. As a local girl, I love this area, and having settled back here, I knew I wanted to stay here. With an eye to the future, for a retirement property for us, we bid at auction for this building plot in the neighbouring village of Inglesthorpe and purchased it in good faith in January 2018, complete with a valid full planning permission for a single dwelling. The site also had a history of successful planning approvals, consisting of 2 full planning applications granted in 2011 and 2015, and an outline granted in February 2016 with associated reserved matters permitted in November 2016. More recently, my daughter, who has started her professional psychology career locally, wants a home of her own remaining close to her Dersingham roots, but the high cost of local homes has been too prohibitive. So to help my daughter get on the property ladder and stay local, our aims for the sites have now therefore changed from a retirement property to a first-time purchase for my daughter. Although the proposed plans,
Carry on, sorry.
Although the proposed plans have not and will not be altered in any way. We wanted to slightly amend the layout to suit our future needs, so engaged an architect to amend the plans and submit to the council, which the agent submitted in July 2019. We were shocked and horrified to receive a refusal in September 2019, considering the history of successful approvals on the site by the council, particularly as there were no objections from statutory authorities, local bodies, or the community. This decision in effect reduced the value of the site from building plot price we paid to virtually nothing as a piece of isolated garden land. Considering the appeal, we were forced to lodge an appeal in March 2020, resulting to our dismay the inspector dismissing the appeal. But the nature of the decision was even more astonishing. He dismissed the council's objections, but unusually found a new reason to refuse permission based on the effects of the proposal on European sites, even though Natural England did not object and we'd paid the required amount to the council for mitigation measures in line with the council policy at the time. Helpful discussions were held with your officer, who confirmed there are already arrangements in place through current planning policy to address the inspector's concerns, with a fee structure linked to the provision of appropriate mitigation measures. It was suggested a resubmission of the application should be made and a favourable outcome would be possible if a proper case was made to address the inspector's objection. We believe the information submitted, which is in the supplementary submission paper included in the application, clearly demonstrates the reasons for both the council and PI refusal. The previous application are not now relevant.
Sorry, you've had your 3 minutes. Yeah, it goes ever so quick. It's me. Yeah, but thank you for coming. Right, Hannah, nothing to add? Right, members, councillor Bubb.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very familiar with this site. I rented and worked out of it for over 25 years. And if you're interested, Aldor Car is named after Albert, Doreen and Carol, who were the people that lived in there. Looking at it, it's stuffed into that site. There is no room on the western side for anybody to maintain the upper levels without going into the ground, which seems to be outside the property boundary. You don't know what's going to go up there, if anything, but it's going to make maintenance very difficult. Knowing the site was all one site belonging to the bungalow, it was about 3.5 acres. Surely there's room to either extend the site west slightly or shrink the bungalow or the property slightly. It's just a little bit too wide for the plot, in my opinion. And as such, I would like to see that one refused on that basis.
What's the reasons, please?
That it is overdevelopment of the site.
Right. Do you have a seconder for that, please? No. Sorry, Hannah?
Apologies, but can I just point out, this is the same proposal that was considered by the inspector. Again, I refer to the fact that he found no harm in relation to matters with regard to high quality design, in particular, sustainable construction methods is neither here nor there, but the high quality design, so considering the same proposal, and made no reference to what Councillor Bubb considers to be cramped.
Right.
Thank you, Chairman.
I don't remember it coming before the committee previously.
But not every application does.
No.
It was an appeal.
When it did, I don't think it was in my ward. So I wouldn't have taken that much notice of it.
No.
but now it is, I see just how tight it is on the western side.
Yeah. Anyway, you don't have a seconder for that reason proposal. Well, if there's no one else wanting to speak, I'm going to go to the recommendation, which is to approve. Right, Kathy, please.
4.
Councillor Bauer,
For.
councillor Bab,
Against.
councillor Crofts,
4.
councillor Diwali,
4.
councillor Holmes,
4.
councillor Lawton, councillor Manning,
4.
councillor Knockholds, 4, councillor Parish,
Abstain.
abstain, is that?
Yeah, abstain. Yeah.
Councillor Rust,
4.
councillor Spiking, 4, councillor Squire, 4, councillor Story, councillor Tyler, councillor Whitby, and councillor Rose.
Therefore, that application is carried for approval. We now move on to page 116, Walpole, outline application for a new residential development. As I say, outline, and it is recommended refusal, and we have 2 speakers, please.
What? Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So this application was called in to committee by Councillor Kirk. The proposal you might be familiar with, a similar scheme came to committee in April this year. So the site is on the west of Chalk Road and it's predominantly used as paddock. There's properties to the north and south. However, it's an important gap in development. So it seeks outline permission for residential development with all matters reserved. The indicative plans show 7 dwellings on the site. The site is outside the development area for Walpole St Peter and is in flood zone 3A. The same development was proposed under a separate application and was refused at planning committee in April 2022. There is a history of 4 refusals for residential development on this site, including 2 dismissed appeals. It was previously refused as the site is in the countryside and due to the visual impact as if developed, it would conjoin Walpole St Peter and Walpole St Andrew and infill an important gap. Originally, the last application lacked affordable housing provision and also failed the exceptions test in relation to flood risk. The agent has, in this current application, submitted a draft section 106 with respect to affordable housing. However, the other reasons for refusals, there's 3 other reasons for refusal, remain relevant and have not been addressed. So therefore, it's proposed to be refused with the reasons given on page 125, 126. Do you want to just go? So this shows the design, well, this is indicative plans as all matters would be reserved, but this is an example of what the housing could look like. And then this is showing Kirkfield Farm to the north of the site. And then this is the site itself, there's the paddocks. So it's very verdant. This is again showing the paddocks here. So it's an important gap in development. And that's showing again southwards from Midway along the site, showing views down Chalk Road. There again is the edge of the site. And then this is Rosefield to the south of the site. So as I explained, the proposal is recommended for refusal as 3 of the reasons for refusal have not been overcome from the previous refusal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Right, we have Simon Lemon and then I'll have Councillor Kirk on Zoom. Thank you. 3 minutes. Yeah.
Madam Chairman, firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak on support of this application. It is true the site lies between the villages of Walpole, St Peter and St Andrew. However, bearing in mind previous approvals granted, this should not cause an issue. Planning state that this area does not constitute a sustainable development. However, dwellings in the centre of the village clearly do, even though they clearly suffer from the same transport and road constraints. The scheme also includes 2 affordable houses, which, as detailed within the report, are not required as a financial contribution would be sought. However, our client believes that constructing these houses would be of more benefit to the area than a payment of 84,000, hence why they've been included in the scheme from the start. As mentioned prior, the site lies between two villages. However, we do not see why the gap is considered verdant or visually important. Other villages have been joined, removing large green spaces and trees in the process. A further point to consider is that any new development would also include landscaping and tree planting to provide natural boundary breaks between the plots, a point which appears to have been overlooked. It is also interesting that the sign says the Walpoles when entering the village. Again, another clear indication that these two villages are considered classed as one. In relation to the flood risk for the site, a flood risk assessment was submitted with the application, to which the Environment Agency have no objections. The Planning Department, however, consider the exception test has not been passed, as it will not provide sustainable benefit to the wider community. Currently located in the village, close to the site, is a tea room, a car garage, as well as a beautician's. All small local businesses that would benefit from a development such as this, and additional use of their services. Without more people using these businesses and the current economic climate, the chances are some of these may not survive. Bearing all of these relevant points in mind, we consider this scheme would benefit both the villages. It would also provide additional to affordable housing, whilst also providing owners to spend money in existing facilities, and therefore we look on as it should be approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Kirk now on Zoom, please, Kathy?
Councillor Kirk, are you with us on Zoom?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've been asked to call this in on behalf of the parish council. Again, they're in favour of this development. I think there's been one objection in this application. NCC, Environment Agency, Natural England, IDBs, Historic Environmental Services haven't got a problem with it. I'm county and borough councillor for this area. As a gentleman previously mentioned, it's known as the Walpoles now. There is no distinction between the villages. We have one parish council. I've used this road a lot in the past. I've got business customers further down the road, which I travel all the time. This small piece of land is not viable for agriculture anymore. It got a few donkeys on the front of it, but a farmer cannot make a living out of this piece of land. When the houses are developed, there will be access to the small piece of grass at the back of it still.
I don't know what I'm doing.
The parish council, again, as I say, they haven't got a problem with it, nor have I as a local borough or county councillor. So I would urge support for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. Officers, any further comment, please?
Just want to reiterate the planning history for this. We've had 4 refusals for residential development, and 2 of those have dismissed appeals. And it was previously refused in April, and 3 of those reasons for refusal have not been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members wishing to speak on this one? Who? Oh, Councillor Parish and Croft. Right, yep.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Parris. Good of you. This is an area I know quite well. This is countryside, and you have to have exceptional reasons and good planning reasons why you develop in the countryside. And there isn't any here. There's lots of personal reasons. We can all come up with that. That's easy. But planning reasons, what you need. And this is a natural gap between the 2 villages. This is it. Once you build on this, that's it. They float into each other. I've got a property alongside me. Vivian knows it quite well. If we built on that, that would join up well with that one on my side of the road.
Yeah.
But this is not something that that we should do. I mean, this is premature in effect. If the people want to develop this site at one stage or other, our local planning, local plan group will be calling for sites. So it's some time ahead, but it will happen. And then they can put this one forward for consideration along with other people who put theirs forward for that particular village, and the best sites will be selected for development. But this is premature. It's not development land. We've got a 5-year land supply. We do not need to develop in the countryside, and this is what it is. So I'm not in favour of this at all. I'll be voting with a recommendation, which is the correct one.
Yep. And also it's in flood zone 3A. and they haven't got the appraisal properly. Councillor Parish.
Well, yes, councillor Crofts has said it all really, but I'll add my little tuppence.
Oh, right.
This is a groundhog application really, isn't it? As has been said, you've got refuse, 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 dismiss, dismiss. So why it's suddenly changed, I don't know. The supporting case is full of all sorts of strange language, and the indications are that why should we not refuse it, because all these things have been done before? Well, there is a simple reason. It's called the local plan, and the local plan has got a list of things and reasons why it should be refused, and that hasn't changed over the last 4 refusals and 2 dismissals. So I thoroughly support the officers in their recommendation.
Councillor
Thank
Dewally.
you.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to reiterate the Chair's comment with regard to flood zone 3A. If we continue to build in flood zones, especially the highest level flood zone, then we are storing up problems for the future and a great deal of misery. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, no one else. I'm going to take you to the recommendation of refused. Kathy?
Councillor Bone,
4.
Councillor Bower. 4. Councillor Bell,
4.
Councillor Crofts,
4.
Councillor Dewally,
4.
Councillor Holmes,
4.
Councillor Hudson, oh, she's not, isn't she?
Not
Councillor
here.
Lawton,
Councillor Lawton?
Councillor Lawson, sorry. Councillor Manning,
4.
Councillor Knockholds,
4.
Councillor Parrish,
4.
Councillor Rust,
4.
Councillor Spiking,
4.
Councillor Squire,
4.
Councillor Story, Councillor Tyler, Councillor Whitby, and Councillor Rose.
Therefore,
Yeah.
that's refusal is carried. We now move on to page 131. It's Westacre, a retrospective is external tap area adjacent to brewery. It's a temporary one. It's late correspondence and 2 speakers. The recommendation here is approved.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Just get my papers. Hang on a minute. Okay, so you'll see from the planning history that obviously we're familiar with, there's been several applications come recently, but the main barn itself is a grade 2 star listed building, and it's within the setting of a scheduled ancient monument. The main barn itself has got a consent, has been converted in parts to a brewery and a tap room. Now, the approved tap room hasn't been constructed yet, but is in this location here as identified by my little cursory thing. And the temporary tap room was opened during the COVID period to allow the business to continue. But the proposal is to extend the tap room for a further 2 years in order to be able to provide the funding to be able to undertake the conversion to the approved tap room at the southern end of the barn, as shown here. Extent of the red line is here, showing parking also for other businesses as well as the tap area, and there's a little food wagon as well within this area. So this is the green area. You can see there was arrangement of tables within the season, as well as the food truck itself. There's also an internal tap room, and there's a bar area and shop within this area here. Just minimize that so I can see. That's it. And this is the access to the site from River Road. And then into the site, you can see, so recently, if members will recall, we approved a cooking school, not a cooking school, a cooking school in this location here, and the external tap room area is just over in this area here. And as you can see, this is the area of the tap days with the internal area in this part of the building here. And then you're looking back to the Cundy shed where there's existing plant and machinery located in this area. And then looking back down towards the south of the main building. And then off to your right is the access into the site. And again, looking southwest towards the access from the site, so parking over here. So the main barn is over in this area. And again, the tap days location identified by the arrow, the cooking school beyond. And then that's from the western boundary of the site looking towards the properties on River Road. Noting the screen in the boundary, there's no boundary treatment there other than domestic fences beyond that, but that's parking area, used parking area in this area here. And that's it in the photos. Let's go back to here. So again, your main issues here are effectively the increase in the number of tap days, which is set out, just bear with me, under residential amenity on page 141. Note that tap days currently take place on a Friday and Saturday between 12 and 8, and it's proposed to include a further 2 days, Thursdays 12 noon to 8 p.m. and Sunday 12 noon to 6 p.m. between March and November, taking it to a total of 4 days per week on a seasonal basis. You'll note that proposal is conditioned on page 144 of your agenda pages to keep it quite tight, bearing in mind we are looking to protect the amenity of neighbours. And it allows for up to 80 vehicles, anticipating a worst case scenario could be up to 150 vehicle movements per day when the tap day is open. Notwithstanding that, you'll note this site is a venue. There's various different small businesses now, but what we've tried to do is balance out the needs of the business and the needs of the residents and come to kind of a negotiated agreement in terms of increasing the numbers, but not so much that it will affect neighbour amenity, and that is what is set out in the report here. You'll note the conditions are quite uptight in terms of what we're allowing. You'll note it's condition 3 that those tap days shall only be used seasonally. The times and days within the week are also conditioned there. And that the tap day shall only be entertained in this green area as shown on your plan for the duration of a 2-year temporary permission. Also seeking for a site management plan to be submitted, and various other controlling conditions such as no amplified music outside, only one food vendor being allowed to operate during that seasonal period. And also condition 10 looks to control numbers in terms of pre-booked basis only in terms of booking seats at the venue, with a maximum of 120 patrons at any one time, a maximum of 76 seats outside and a maximum of 44 seats inside, and that the owner should maintain a register of bookings as well. On the basis of what we've done, the application has been in quite some time, and this is kind of a position where we feel that we can recommend an approval for a temporary period to allow the applicant to generate the funds to be able to undertake that final conversion for the formalised tap room within the main building itself. Hence, a recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Could I have Miranda Hudson, please?
Hello,
Miranda,
Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Sorry, Miranda, do you want to raise your hand? Because you've got quite a lot of slides here. So how do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So when I have a slide to change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for allowing me to speak. And I just wanted to reinforce that at Duration, we've always put forward our case of what we want to do with an approval already in place for the future tap room that Hannah mentioned. We'd like to be fully transparent, and we always seek to work with all stakeholders to, try to be reactive and responsive to the needs of the village. We believe beer is an agricultural product, and we work with small producer principles. So we want to be an addition to the local community. We've got beers out at the moment with Brancaster Oysters. We work with Chris Maltings and Drove Orchards. We also intend to bring skills and jobs to the region and do so in a way that builds community cohesion. And we're working in incredibly challenging times, hence the sequencing of our development has happened in a different order to what we intended. So the temporary tap room, as you can see from what Hannah showed, is in a very, very small area. Yeah, and this picture up here shows the future plan, which we've always had. And this has sort of come about a little sooner than anticipated. Do the next. So yeah, this is where the current tap room is and where the temporary approval has been sought. It's surrounded on 3 sides by buildings, so it limits the disruption. We also have a lot of conditions in place with our landlord where we can't play outside music, and policies where we won't have generators in place. And like Hannah said, 1 vendor at a time. We did a survey and we had 150, many identifying as local from the immediate area, extolling the virtues of this tap room as a small family-run business that's very small, contained, enjoyable, and not too impactful on amenity, but we do seek to speak with anyone who feels impacted to see what we can do. We like to listen and we like to respond. Historically, the site has lots of agricultural uses, so actually bringing in up to 150 vehicle movements built slowly over that 2-year period will then feed the permanent tap that we're hoping to build, and it will be a reduction from large goods vehicles historically used for agricultural to small residential, which is something that the wider estate and our landlord is seeking to develop anyway, and we understand that we're one of the bigger proponents of that. So all of it we'd like to do mindfully. We're seeking something that we've already established use in for 18 months now, and there's only been 3 objections that I know of, but my survey of 156 people brought a lot of praise for the tap room. And yeah, like I said, it would grow to the point where we could have this permanent tap room, which we have raised a lot of the funding for. So yeah, it is temporary. That's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Right, next one is Councillor Moriarty, please. 5 minutes, yeah. He's got a point now. Fine.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please excuse my clumsy metaphor, but you cannot pour a litre into a pint glass. You can try, but there are consequences, as you might imagine. So not for me, if I was to do it now, it would be for those who would have to clear up the mess. And my worry is that the glass that is Westacre is close to spilling over. Westacre is defined in the local plan as a small village and hamlet, and residents are struggling with the pace of change being wrought on the village, with the consequent increase in traffic, noise, light, and river pollution. It takes up a disproportionate amount of time of your officers, planning and enforcement. A large number of retrospective applications, and I'm not pointing a finger here at this particular application, have been made to us as the local planning authority, many of which do not come to this committee generally, as I withdraw my call-ins once I'm satisfied that the impact of any previously unauthorized development is controlled. Today's application is nuanced, and I welcome it coming to you today. I applaud officers and the applicant for their role in negotiating this application into a place where officers think they can recommend it being approved. And I'm not necessarily asking you to disagree with that recommendation. What I am asking is that you bear in mind the comments made by residents as opposed to the customers. It is important that the conditions suggested by officers are included, both those in the recommendations and, in my view, also those requested by our community safety and neighbourhood safety officer. The CSNN officer asked for conditions relating to generators and external lighting. These have yet to be included on the basis that the applicant says they will not use generators. But there has been a situation in the past when one was used. And there have been cases of intrusive light pollution around this site. And anyway, the opening times seem to extend to 8 p.m. in October and 6 p.m. on a week such as this. I think it's dark at those times. So lighting will be needed, and I therefore ask, please, that you consider adding a condition. I don't see any harm. As for parking, in the additional correspondence, officers say if there is a problem over the 2 years of this application, they can be dealt with when dealing with future planning submissions. But surely the time to deal with any traffic issues is now. So I would ask you to consider including conditions on generators, lighting, and parking as requested by the CSNN officer. But to get back to my opening point and the principle of considering every application only on its own merit, the idiom the straw that broke the camel's back comes to mind. I'm not suggesting that this application is such a straw, but what I'm highlighting here is that if we only pick up each straw and examine it in total isolation of the compound impact on residents, we do them a disservice. You will see from your papers today on pages 134 and 135, there have been 12 planning applications for this small village in the last 18 months, and too many of them were retrospective. I would argue that it's past the time that a master plan be agreed with West Acre. The parish council of this tiny community is in no position to fund or organise a local plan and were unable to attend today due to work commitments. But I'm sure officers would welcome such an approach from developers as part of any future applications, and it would enable residents, both existing and those considering moving to the countryside, to know what to expect in the future. They do look at our local plan. I would like to remind you of the comments in late correspondence from the Parish Council, where they say the proposed limit to opening hours and modest reduction in capacity will be insufficient to have a meaningful impact. The currently proposed compromise makes little mention of the size of the enterprise relative to the village, nor the accumulated effect of this proposal and other developments locally. More generally, the Parish Council remains concerned that there may be little recognition of the village status in the context of a local plan, which states that developments in small villages and hamlets should be limited to small-scale employment opportunities and smaller-scale tourist facilities. And whilst they recognise the need for economic growth, they would hope that the planning authority will continue to ensure that any enterprise is proportionate and appropriate, with a view to protecting residential amenity and in particular in this location, the River Nar SSSI and scheduled monument. I obviously care about the villages I'm lucky enough to represent, as I'm sure all of you do. We owe them a duty of care. As I said, this application is nuanced, and I ask that if you are minded to approve, you add the conditions along the lines I have suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Hannah, anything to add?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I think, you know, within Assistant Director's comments in late representations, that those queries have been answered. Notwithstanding that, I take the point with regard to it's dark at 8 o'clock, and there's no reason why we can't add a condition on relating to both lighting and in terms of noise. Any, you know, no veneers shall be used unless express consent. In terms of the parking, now obviously there are quite a few businesses on this in this area itself, so it's difficult kind of to restrict the parking area just to obviously the Duration Tap Brewery, because people park all over the place, as you know. I mean, what we could do, we could look at it with scheme for parking. It's not, you know, it's not, something that certainly I would feel precious about. We could restrict parking to a particular area in accordance with the scheme to be submitted. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, members. Joe, and then Councillor Nuttall.
Thank you. I felt that the application was one that I was happy to read. I felt it was well thought out and well documented, and it was quite in depth and detailed about the number of movements, the number of car travels, overlapping, and I appreciated the realism. Some of the applications we see don't seem to have that, you know, so from a perspective of somebody that might like to go there, I was quite impressed. I understand the difficulties with small village life, but I felt that this was something I would like to support because of the in-depth consideration that they've given and the employment opportunities. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Knuckles. Thank you. I too fully support this application. It's on the Nile Valley Way, so there'll be lots of walkers. Not everyone will be travelling in cars to this area. It's also a good cycling area for people to cycle through, visitors and tourism. So I think this is just a really good application, and we mustn't forget the other side of the road is the theatre, which we support with grants and have done in the past to increase the size of the theatre. So the whole situation in West Acre, although I can understand how the residents must feel, but I think as a whole, West Acre can offer employment, part-time, full-time, for people who actually live in the villages or the adjoining village at Castleacre. Thank you, councillor Parish.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit I must be old-fashioned because I had to look up what a tap room meant, and it just means a place where you consume alcoholic drink. So I have every sympathy for West Acre because it's a small community, and I have a small community in my ward. I know I'm always quoted as being from Heacham, but I've got Sedgeford and also Fring, which is a very small community indeed, and doesn't have a parish council. I have more sympathy with the parish council of West Acre than I do with the applicant, quite honestly. I hear what's said, and it's a wonderful place, and people can go and visit and all the rest of it. But too often, such venues and such activities subsume the wishes and aspirations and lifestyle of the people who actually inhabit such small areas. You go and live in a small village because you like it to be quiet, peaceful, and not be too bothered by traffic or anybody else. And extensions of this kind, if they get too large, just remove all that from that area. So I sympathise with the parish council, and I will be voting against it.
Well, I've gone and seen this site for myself, as with others, and all I can say is from an old ruin, which is what it was, fallen down about your ears, nobody having any investment to it, to have it now saved for generations. What an asset this is to West Norfolk. Yes, it does have a slight impact on residents, but they don't have sole use of the area. We have to realise tourism is a part of our big package. We have to offer diversity for people that come in and who live here. And just because we live in a village, we don't actually own it. We're only there for a short lifespan, and it's the future. And those buildings are saved. And that to me is part of it. Let people come along and enjoy it. A tap room, lovely. I don't personally drink, but there you go. So I say to those that do, great. But I do agree, if you're going to have something there, you do have to be concerned for your neighbours as well. Part of the packages too. So I would like to propose that we have a condition regarding lighting, and we also put in about the parking, because we can come up with a better marriage than we've got now. So let's see if we can work together, go forward for the future, and let's see how we can go on. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Squire?
You do indeed. Happy to second.
Right. So I'm going to vote on that. Are we happy to have that as an added conditions, please?
Sorry, it's just, what about the concerns about the generator as well?
Well,
Or is that
what
it?
about the
And low
generator? I'm not so
noises?
sure about that, although we've always been concerned, even with the cookery school, I couldn't think there'd be much noise coming out of that, but we had to have a lot of consideration.
I mean, again, I think we've answered that. We didn't think it was necessary. I mean, it is effectively plant and machinery. So we could have, a no plant and machinery shall be installed as a precautionary condition.
Yeah.
But
I know sometimes those food wagons do have a generator. There was one on the at Hunstanton. It was dreadful. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to. It was dreadful. The noise of it was like a rocket going off all the time.
Chairman, I mean, I can see the applicant standing down there. I mean, there have been generators used in the past, but they were removed pretty swiftly as a result of a complaint.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so there is, we've just heard, although we're not meant to.
Protection Act as well. I mean, I think there's a stronger case certainly for the parking and for the lighting.
Yeah.
But they have responded, and they certainly won't be using generators again. I think it was a one-off occurrence. But if members wish, I can put a precautionary condition on.
I think let's have a bolt and braces, put it in, we've listened and it's done, and then there won't be a comeback for us. So I've got 3 things about a condition regarding the generator, the lighting and the parking. Everybody happy with that? Right. Martin.
So I agree, Madam Chairman, with Councillor Marley's points about generator, parking and lighting. I'm sure he'll be glad to see that the planning committee are taking note of his comments. It's very rare we get an application with a parish council and environmental health with so many individual objections to when I read this, Chairman, with the greatest respect. I'm mindful that the business is successful, and I'm glad for that. But I wouldn't like to see the business outgrow the village. I do honestly think that you're right what you say, Madam Chairman, in respect of, that's for other people, that's not just for the village, but the village settlement was there and has been there for many years. And I hold that with the greatest respect as well, as I'm sure we all do. So when we look to these applications, I do believe that the thoughts of local residents who's been there many years obviously have to be taken into consideration a great deal. And I personally think that's a balanced application that comes forward with so many objections from the parish council and environmental health. But I do think we do have to move forward, but we have to move forward at a pace which that area can accept. And I think that's balanced, as I say, Madam Chairman, but I'm mindful that the 3 conditions have been moved and agreed upon as regards the main concerns of Councillor Marty. And I think that we must be mindful of the people who live there, Chairman, with the greatest respect, and the settlement. So that's balanced in my view.
Thank you. Right, well then the recommendation is approved, including the 3 conditions we've mentioned. Kathy, please.
Councillor Bone.
4.
Councillor Bauer. 4. Councillor Bub.
4.
Councillor Crofts.
4.
Councillor Diwali.
4.
Councillor Holmes.
4.
Councillor Lawton. 4. Councillor Manning.
4.
Councillor Knockholes. 4. Councillor Parish.
Against.
Councillor Rust. 4. Councillor Spiking.
4.
Councillor Squire.
4.
Councillor Story. Councillor Tyler. 4. Councillor Whitby. 4. And Councillor Rose. 4.
Therefore, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now move last but not least, agenda item 10 on page 146, to note the applications determined under delegated powers. Thank you. And just remember, there is another planning meeting on Monday, the 18th, members. Sorry?
Friday.
Sorry.
Are we doing having any other business in this meeting? Yeah.
No.
Well, would you permit me just to make a talk about the hearing? Because we make important decisions on this.
It's muffled. I know what you're going to say.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you use your microphone?
I'll put my microphone, sorry. I'm just wondering whether or not we're way by the COVID days. Could we not